Hey, pre-notification gang. Wait, you're in Dolly too, Rip? Any LASO runs tonight? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. So I'm gonna need to get my 360 out and we can set it up. Like Dolly 2, you're in Dolly 2, Rip, as in you went to the sign me up page and they chose you to test drive Dolly 2. Oh yeah, I'm super down. How would I use that? Like how would I use your account? There's a gift sub Nick. It's linked to Google. Thanks to the resub Nick. We watch Moki at Gommel this weekend. So we also have Rocket League London Major this weekend. So I will be watching Rocket League, and then after Rocket League, I'll watch Moki. The timing should work out really well. There's a Tier 1 Toyota Corolla. OSU tournament's not this weekend. All the OSU tournament information was posted on the site. A couple things came up. So it's going to be, I believe, second week of July, first week of July. I have to double check. There's a Tier 1 Rifty. And the resub Drewski. Yep, biggest tournament of Moist Esports history so far is this week. It's the Rocket League London Major. We play 2 games on the 29th, and then if we win both those games, we play again on Saturday, I believe. Best teams in the world. Thanks to the resub. Soggle, Sea Dog, Orange Crush, Boyman, Torin, and the Tier 1 Genesis, Tier 1 Blake, and the Prime Gabe. And the Prime Seattle. And the resub Alex. And Elite. And the resub Real Steel and Bunnies. Any update on when we'll get issue 2 of Godslap? Yeah, it's pretty much complete. But since we just released issue 1, we're going to wait a little bit. Plus, we're doing something big for issue 2's announcement as well. I won't spoil what yet. So it'll probably be like 2 months-ish. We'll drop issue 2. Thanks to the resub Agely, Nox, Keck, Axel, Alpaca, Wooman, Soft Serb, and the 5 gift subs Nick. Thank you, Nick. And the bits Dowland. And the resub Johnny. Has anyone submitted a Halo run? The vast majority of people that have been going for the Halo LASO bounty have not made it past the first 2 levels. And I'm using that, like, generously. Most people are locked level 1. So far, the closest is Drvalin, unsurprisingly. And it turns out playing Halo 2 Classic is much, much, much easier than playing Halo 2 Anniversary, albeit still nearly impossible. So it looks like Classic Halo 2 is the way to go for the run. Next resub Johnny, Lucy, Sharpshot, Danny, and the Tier 1 Whore. And the resub Danny. Was it the tick rate difference? Two big differences. Halo 2 Anniversary does have a higher tick rate, which means the enemies shoot faster. That's true. But Halo Classic also has something called ghosting, which is really useful on 2 levels, most specifically Cairo. So ghosting allows you to clip pretty quickly and skip a lot of fighting. It's a really useful glitch. And yes, the tick rate being lower makes it so the enemies don't shoot as fast. Once I set up the Xbox 360, I'll get Halo 2 out and we'll start doing some LASO runs on Classic. And I'll show you. Thanks, Resub Lucy, Rigo, Lucifer, Claff, and the Prime Jack. And the bits Light and Dugan. I'm excited for the images from the new James Webb Telescope. Yeah, that'll be fun. Are you gonna do a video on Ezra Miller? Probably not, at least not until all of it's over. Every single day there's new and wild shit about Ezra Miller. And I saw Optic joined Rocket League. That's good, man. Rocket League is just on the up and up, man. There's Resub Stewart and Turtle. And Calvales. The Prime Dread. You hear Bam Margera escaped rehab again yesterday and just got caught tonight. Jesus. Thanks to Resub. Wiki. What are you gonna do tonight? So, a couple of ideas. I'll get to them in a minute though. Or no rush, it's early. Thanks to Prime Father. Thanks, Risa Babungi and the Prime Phelps. Resub Spectre, Molly, and Herb. You watched The Boys yet? Yes. Fantastic episode. Another banger. Thanks to Prime Eldritch. And the Resub Milk Steak. Yeah, of course I saw all the 2 Madden Belle Delphine stuff. Thanks, Resub Fobsy. That was all over Twitter. Thanks to Sub Ghost and the Resub Producer. You doing WWE tonight? No. Not tonight. There's a Tier 1 General and the Resub Irony and Max Alive and the Tier 1 Light. What's your latest tweet about? I thought the latest tweet summed it up really well. I read a massive thread on Twitter about someone that was saying they watched their teammate get teabagged and how it left them traumatized because it was sexual assault in the virtual world. It was outrageous to read. Is the Resub PewDiePie and Cozy? It wasn't satire? I don't know if it was. They committed to it for like 20 tweets. Is the Resub Caesar Salad? Is the Prime Bedside, the Guy, Bingy, and the Resub Pog. Yeah, Hotashi did great. Razzo's been really tough for Hotashi recently. Razzo's been going nuts. There's the Resub Bacon, Ryan, Manhattan, and the Resub Cliff, and Gift Sub Butthole, and Prime Nauticus, and the Prime Matt. The resub Silverleaf. He's a tier 1 Kanza. You hear about the guy who shot a subway worker over too much mayo? What the fuck? No, I gotta look that up. Oh my god. Yeah, wait, this just happened. What the fuck? Here, I guess I'll just pull it up. A subway worker is dead and another is in the hospital following an apparent argument over mayonnaise. A customer got upset over the amount of mayonnaise that was put on his sandwich. And that's when things escalated and the 2 employees were shot by the customer and one didn't survive. This is why it's so fucking scary to go outside. Everyone is unhinged. Holy shit. Wasn't it like no, I think it was last week. There was a shooting at a breakfast diner over nothing. There's a resub Capo, Lieutenant, Mini Titan, the Prime Blake, and they give sub Felp, and resub Puzzles, Ludwigo, Jacob, Peter, Rightwise, and the Prime No. You hear about Amazon's creepy idea to make Alexa mimic your dead relatives' voices? Yeah, I did see that. That one's pretty silly. Fucking crazy. Wow. What's my favorite Subway sandwich? Chicken teriyaki sub is my go-to. That's actually a timeless classic. I'm not a big Subway guy, but when I do eat at Subway, I always do a chicken teriyaki sub. Thanks a resub. Mob, Chris, Lamb, Angry, and Prime Vortex. And the resub Scoots. And tier 1 Carlito. Yeah, the Rudy Julie. I don't ever know how to say his fucking name. Rudy guy got assaulted at a supermarket. Yeah, with the pat on the back thing. There's a resub Ivy and Jacob. The tuna had 0% tuna in a study done. Are you talking about Subway? Yeah, that same study said Subway doesn't actually use meat. They just use a bunch of soy, right? Like the chicken was 10% chicken, 90% soy. These are Prime laws. The Prime days. And the resub Wallaby. Why do you think people are more unhinged? America's poor mental health care system? Chemicals in the water? What do you think? I don't know, man. I'm a fucking idiot. How would I know? If I had to wager a guess, it's because most people don't have anything to lose anymore. It's not easy to, like, exist in the current state of America. I recognize that I'm in a really lucky position, but on the whole, it's much, much harder to exist now than it was, like, 15, 20 years ago. Couple that with being like terminally lonely. People just don't have anything to lose. Here's the Prime Astro and the resub blue balls. And the resub garbage ass. And 3 and Ajax. You were on Reddit again. For what? Was I just getting shit on again? Thanks to resub 7. You sad about Tampa and Colorado? Yeah, I didn't watch the game. I heard we lost. Gaming Circle Jerk was fighting over you? Well, that's a new one. Why were they upset at me? I don't even say any hot gamer takes. These are the 5 gift subs, Phelps. I appreciate that. Because of the Doom video? No way they were mad about the Doom video. That's like the biggest softball of all time. Are you serious? They were mad that my dad beat a game journalist at Doom? I don't believe you. Is that really what it is? Grant, you were the one that said it. Is that actually why I was on Reddit today? For my dad beating the game journalist? That's fucking crazy. What? Thanks, resub Megan, Starma, Bummer, and the gift sub No Light, and the resub Jin and Prime Gavatron. They said it's just a tired joke. Like I just said, it's a softball. Like that was like the biggest softball of all time. I was talking to my dad about gaming, and I was like, I still remember that Polygon guy, and I was like, I wonder if my dad could beat him. It even happened on stream, where we were just watching, like, bad gaming, and I was like, you guys remember the Polygon guy? And then I pulled it up, and I was like, I wonder if my dad could beat that. I don't know why everyone on Reddit has to think everything is such a deep, thought-provoking experiment. It was just some fun, with, like, a really old-school, easy, low-hanging fruit. Just a little bonding between Dad and I. I don't understand the problem. Isn't that sub satire? No, it used to be, but now it's just like actual sad people. I haven't gone on there in a little while, but last time I went on there, it was a lot of Last of Us stuff. I don't know if it still is, but it just got really hard to look at. Is that the resub Krona, Raven, Party, Mia Khalifa, Schmeat, Andromeda, and the Prime Manly, and Lost Soul? You joined in on the Last of Us 2 hate? No, I never post on Reddit. I was just reading through it. There's the resub Joe, the resub Alcoholic. That reminds me of the guy who's going to get past the Cuphead tutorial. Yeah, I'm going to do that next. Stay tuned to Gaming Circle Jerk, where I'm sure that'll trend as well. I'll have my dad see if he can beat the Polygon journalist who couldn't get by the tutorial. It started as gamergating and turned political. Are you talking about Gaming Circle Jerk? Bro, it started as just making fun of, fuck, what's that subreddit? Not our games. Fuck, I don't remember. It started a while ago, but just to make fun of a specific subreddit and the same takes on it. And now it's just, I don't even know what it is. Sadness. Oh, was it just our gaming? Because they... Oh, yeah, it was our gaming. The one that just keeps recycling, like, Star Wars Battlefront. Does anyone else remember this little hidden gem? That kind of shit. Yeah, I think it was our gaming. Exit tier 1 Hydra and the resub Ernie, Ray, and Kimbis. And the resub Himelio. You mean every subreddit it's all just recycled garbage? No, there's good subreddits. There's absolutely good subreddits. I disagree with that. All circle jerk subreddits fucking suck. Well, it's all like the default ones. But, and I guess gaming circle jerk by extension. Oh, and movie circle jerk's a pretty rough one. Thanks, resub Callum. Resub Noxious. And Tyson. No, I wasn't at CEO. No, I wouldn't race my dad in iRacing. He'd just destroy me. And absolutely not Josh. Thanks to the tier 1 tortellini. Weed shop tonight? No. So, Oki wanted me to watch this tonight, and I was going to watch it on my own, but he asked if I would stream it, so I'm going to watch this tonight because I fucking love Oki. And then after that, I'll probably dust off the 360 and try and set that up for some Halo 2 classic LASO runs. So I think that's going to be the plan. So I don't know anything about Jack Edema. Is that how you say it? Edema? So this will be like brand new for me. One of the few times I have no clue who this is about. Exit resub Dazzling.
Last Wednesday, a court in Afghanistan convicted 3 Americans of torturing Afghans in an illegal private prison. The alleged ringleader of the operation is a former Green Beret named Jonathan Edema, his nickname
Holy
Jack.
Shit. Those shades.
Meet Jack. This is Jack in Afghanistan holding an AK-47 and riding on the back of a horse.
That's Steven Seagal.
Here he is on the night of his wedding,
Yes.
flanked by 2 security guards with his bride in his lap.
That guy looks so close to Jason Statham, it's unreal. He's just a little too tall.
His wedding took place at his Arabian-style house in Mexico, which was inexplicably located right next to a traditional-style Japanese home. To say that Jonathan Keith Idema, aka Jack, was a bizarre eccentric would be an understatement.
Michael Chaotic.
Over the
Hardy
course of
in
this
prime.
tale, you'll come to
Dad.
understand exactly what I mean. But first, let's go back to Jack riding on a horse in Afghanistan. This footage was taken in the early 2000s, only a few years into the war in Afghanistan.
He looks so
Jack
majestic.
was not there as an active duty soldier. He was not a private military contractor. Instead, he was a 45-year-old ex-con that entered Afghanistan after 9/11 with the goal of collecting the $25 million reward on Osama bin Laden's head.
Wait, was that a real thing? Did we put a $25 million bounty on Osama bin Laden? Hey, are you here, Oki? We actually did. Man, I don't remember that shit at all. What a fucking crazy time to be alive. What? Damn. Alright, so Jack was out there on that Sigma grind set, about to execute a man for a payday. The FBI most wanted. I didn't know they actually put like bounties on him though. Only 25 mil? I don't know, man. That's a pretty good bargain. That's enough to get a lot of people excited. Like, shit, Osama's dead, but I'm still considering it. I mean, and it got Jack's attention. Thanks, you're so pointless and brave. My dad was thinking about going over there for real. Maybe if you did, you'd be $25 million richer, man.
The fact that he was a civilian did nothing to stop him from traveling to a war-torn country and making a chaotic situation even more screwy.
Zombie's got his RPG.
Back there! Tell that guy, what's he? Stop that car! No, but put your fucking hands up! I'll blow your fucking brains out!
Jesus Christ.
In Afghanistan, Jack managed to trick the US government, Afghan officials, and the media into believing that he was an active-duty Special Forces operative working on behalf of the Pentagon.
Kill as many Taliban and Al-Qaeda as you can and try to take Kabul in 6 months. Well, in 62 days, Kabul was free.
I want to press how insane this situation was. Jack just rolled into a war-torn country pretending to be an active-duty Green Beret, and did it so well that NATO coalition forces helped him apprehend
I feel like it can't be that hard to blend in like
raids.
that, though. Especially back then, they're not going to be background checking everyone. He just shows up like, hey, I'm here to help fight. Like, I don't even know if you'd question him. You'd be like, yeah, I'm a Green Beret. Like, all right. I haven't seen you before, but all right. I mean, you're here anyway.
Hello, guys. Hello. Hands up! Nobody move! Hands up! Hands up! Now! Larry, Charlie, take the other room! Down! Hands up!
Eventually, things went way too far after Jack created a fake paramilitary group called Task Force Saber 7,
Oh, no.
rented property which he turned into a private prison, and started torturing Afghans who he suspected to be terrorists.
Jesus
Jack
Christ.
and the rest of Task Force Saber 7 were eventually arrested and charged in Afghan courts. But before I get to that, I want to get down to the essence of who Jack Idema was.
He was an actor? His use of ironic, phased, lich, and prime cherry.
This was the movie that changed everything for Jack. The Green Berets, co-directed by and starring John Wayne. Now, this movie was pretty controversial when it came out, since it clashed with growing anti-war sentiments at the time by unabashedly celebrating the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War. Protests were held against the movie. The late film critic Roger Ebert called it offensive propaganda, and watching it made a 12-year-old Jack Idema decide to become a Green Beret. Jack enlisted in the Army on February 25th, 1975, when he was 18 years old. Although he achieved his dream of becoming a Green Beret, his military career was turbulent and short-lived. During Phase 1 of his Special Forces qualification course, he was caught stealing. His commanding officer wrote that he had an irrational tendency towards violence after he attacked another officer. In an evaluation report, a captain described him as, quote, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature enlisted man that I have ever known.
But you have heard of him. That's not bad, actually. Out of all the people that enlisted, to be, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, and immature is actually pretty impressive. More so than just being, like, average in every area. I always find when the pendulum swings even in the opposite direction extremely, like, aggressively, so in this case, awful, it's impressive too.
Jack's stint in the Army lasted 3 years, and in the end, he was honorably discharged and banned from ever re-enlisting. Although Jack would later claim that he had 12 years experience in the Special Forces, 22 years in combat training, and 18 years in covert military special operations, in reality, he never saw any combat. Following his time in the Army, he joined the reserves for 3 years, and then the individual ready reserves for another 3 years after that. So the next 17 years of Jack Idema's life can be summed up as being chock full of petty crime, failing businesses, and tough guy antics. Jack was arrested a lot of times during the 80s and 90s for things ranging from discharging a firearm into a dwelling to being a fugitive from justice. Surprisingly, he managed to escape being convicted for all of these charges, except for his arrest in 1994, which I'll get to later.
That's
To understand Jack Idema, you have to understand the subculture and readership of Soldier of Fortune magazine. Soldier of Fortune magazine built itself as the journal for professional adventurers. Covered stuff like paramilitary operations, guns, wars, and spies. Its readership was mostly made up of ex-military types and military fetishists with a desire for excitement, adventure, and action. Flipping through the pages of Soldier of Fortune magazine gives you a better sense of why Rambo wannabes loved it so much. Underwater knife fighting techniques. Another example is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier...
Can I read that pamphlet real quick? The underwater fighting techniques are really good. You never know when you might encounter like a rogue Atlantean soldier or something when you're just out at the family lake or something. Can't really read it. It says you in self find yourself confine. I can't fucking read it at all actually. But it looks pretty effective.
Is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier of Fortune readership, Jack Idema was a man who didn't get his chance to fight in a war, even though he desperately wanted to. So he decided to use his short stint in the Special Forces as a selling point to establish businesses which relied on people believing that he was the ultimate badass. He opened a counterterrorism training school called Counter Academy, which attracted a clientele of military personnel, police officers, and weekend warriors looking for excitement. In a news segment covering Counter Group, Jack demonstrates the type of training the school gave.
On target. Fire! Recover! Re-verify your sights. Holster!
Nice. He's training a full-blown military.
Discrimination training. We will have little or no hope of identifying the hostage and the terrorists. In this drill, circle, diamond, square, you will pick out the correct target.
Around this time, Jack also started a mail-order business selling paintball equipment and non-lethal military gear. He's still respected to this day by paintball enthusiasts who regard him as a pioneer in the sport who sold high-quality equipment. He also organized Special Forces expos, which attracted the Soldier of Fortune crowd and acted as a venue for him to sell his gear. In 1991, he met a subcontractor who offered him a job training police officers in Lithuania. After spending some time in Lithuania, Jack contacted the Pentagon and the FBI claiming to have unraveled an underworld plot. The Russian mafia, Jack said, was smuggling portable nuclear weapons in backpacks out of the country. When the FBI asked Jack for his sources, he refused to reveal them out of fear that the FBI was compromised by KGB agents. When Jack returned to the United States in 1992, his business, Idema Combat Systems, was floundering. In an effort to save his business, he set up a shell company to purchase supplies which he did not pay for. In 1994, he was arrested along with his girlfriend, Patricia Dawn Glosson, for defrauding 60 companies out of $250,000. In court, Jack legally represented himself. He argued that he was the victim of an FBI plot and claimed that the agency carried a vendetta against him because he did not reveal his sources for the information he provided to them concerning the backpack nuke smuggling operation. The judge presiding over his case said he thought that insanity might be Jack's best defense. On April 11, 1995, Jack was sentenced to 4 years in prison and fined $250,000. After being sentenced, Jack screamed that he was innocent and that he would sue the FBI.
He's a bit squishy.
While working on this video, I reached out to everyone who knew Jack in real life to ask them about him. And that's how I found Ron Barber. Ron was in prison at the same time as Jack. And he was inside for, well, I'll let Ron tell you why.
My name is Ronald Gene Barber. I was a member of the Army Intelligence working for NSA. In early 1994, I was charged with the attempted assassination of former President Bill Clinton. I was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus 3 years probation.
Whoa. 5 years for an assassination plot on the acting president? People get more time for weed. Holy shit. Bill Clinton himself was like, yeah, I'll give him 5 years. He didn't really succeed. Jesus Christ, Ron. Oh my god. And he worked for the NSA too. So I feel like that would have absolutely carried like a hefty charge because of all the shit that he must have done for the NSA. That's not what I was expecting. I was 100% expecting a goofy story like, I don't know, like a gas station holdup for Lay's potato chips or something, and just happened to end up in the same maximum security prison as Jack. But yeah, this was a lot more intense than I expected.
Ron told me that he was hosting a party and that he was secretly recorded while he was drunk, saying,
I was going to shoot Bill. Yeah, I was going to get him when he was jogging, and then I was going to hot foot it over to the White House, leap the fence and run in, and grab her and stomp her to death.
Found guilty of making threats against the president, he was sent to a prison where he met Jack
I
Idema.
see.
So you told me before
Okay,
the last time that we
okay.
talked
That makes
you
more sense
and,
then, all right.
like a group of people that he kind of put together in prison, you guys were all filing lawsuits.
Of
And
Samurai,
I think he
Innova,
mentioned
Lunch,
that one of them was
Justin,
like an attorney.
Andrew Ryan,
Some of
and
the guys there that were on this legal team of Idemas really were lawyers. In fact, one of them was a former senator from New Jersey, state senator, not a U.S. senator. Idema, he had a good legal mind. He was suing everybody that I guess he ever met in his life. Idema was just to be spiteful and be vengeful. He would, they put him on, maybe send him to the mess hall, put him on pots and pans, and he would sue the guard that gave him the detail. He made himself very unpopular with the prison administration and the guards, but very popular with the inmates. And he always wanted to do that. He always wanted to stand out in the crowd and be noticed and be a hero, so to speak.
And Ron's right. Jack's life's mission was to be seen as a heroic, larger-than-life badass. Which is why, between filing numerous frivolous lawsuits and appeals from his prison cell,
That does sound like
he
a
was also
badass.
occupied with trying to adapt his life story into a feature film. Jack wanted to find someone who could tell his story the way he wanted
That's
it to
so
be told.
sad.
In other words, the story he wanted to be told was like fan fiction of himself. In his version of events, he possessed a storied history full of top-secret operations, which were so hush-hush that they were scrubbed from his military record. According to him, he was, quote, one of the only 24 elite super-secret Hua-Rang Do warriors clandestinely trained at Fort Bragg.
What is Hua-Rang Do? I'm gonna have to look that martial arts discipline up. Hua-Rang Do, also known as the Way of the Flowering Knights, is a comprehensive Korean martial art that was developed in the 60s. Why not just say something like more digestible like Wing Chun? Everyone knows Wing Chun thanks to Ip Man. I want to look up some Hua-Rang Do. Who's to say that he wasn't like an actual lethal weapon though of martial arts? Thanks to resub Rep Zombie, Cricket, Edgar, Salty, Deluxe, and the Prime Zombie. Hope you're doing well, Edgar. Is there any audio? Oh, there it is. That's where Hwa-Rang came from Tekken came from. Oh. Nice. Thanks for your sub, Jack. That seems like normal street fighting to me, minus that jumping spinning kick. Oh! Oh! Alright, alright, alright. So this is the flowering night type. Oh, wait, whoa, that was kind of good. This is such a mismatch. Why are these two fighting each other? This guy has 6 inches and 80 pounds on this guy. This isn't even Hwa-Rang Do. This is just like an actual slaughter for no reason. This just isn't a fair fight. It's like a kid fighting his dad. Okay, so what separates this from just normal sloppy street fighting? By Grandmaster. Okay, here, let's see this. Sorry, I've just never heard of this before and I want to see it. Okay, okay. The streets don't have weight classes. Fair. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. I think I've seen enough Hua Rangdo. Jack definitely looks like he could do some of that. He looks like he's built for it. He looks pretty good.
He said he had top grades in every subject and was on his way to Harvard Law before deciding to become a Green Beret. He was also a part of the Army's top-secret SOT course, where they trained their elite ninja-type commando teams.
Of course.
So Jack really wanted to adapt his story into a film,
American
and it was while he was in prison where he
Commando
finally
Ninjas.
found an in. He met an award-winning
Naturally.
CBS journalist and documentary filmmaker named Gary Skirka, who paid him a visit after reading about him in an issue of Soldier of Fortune magazine. In Gary Skirka, Jack found a documentarian who promised to share his story with the world.
This is a story of perseverance and patriotism, friendships and devotion to duty, and treachery at the highest levels of the United States government.
Oh no. Oh
Robbed of his
jeez.
freedom, they thought he would break. They were wrong. Now Keith Idema is out and ready to tell the world his remarkable story.
After 3 years, Jack was
Fucking
released from prison
inspirational.
on September 16th, 1997, and he returned to Cumberland County in Fayetteville, North Carolina. While working on this documentary, I was given access to a vast amount of Jack's personal files for the purposes of this project. Sifting
That's
through
so
his
cool.
document
Nice
shows
work,
bits and
Oki.
pieces of Jack's life after being released from prison. In a letter written to his probation officer, he requested to travel from North Carolina to New York and then to New Hampshire on business for his employer, Static Control Components. The director of Static Control Components was Jack's lawyer named Skip London. Skip is a property attorney. He met Jack in the early 90s and represented him. On the phone, Skip told me that Jack worked at Static Control Components for a few years as the head of a team of security guards. Skip indicated that Jack was hypervigilant. He told me, quote, "Some people you have to tell to start, but he was the kind of guy that you had to tell to stop." Soon,
Okay,
Jack
no,
started
that's
a
good.
business
That's a good
called
quality.
The Ultimate Pet Resort with his prison pen pal turned lover, Victoria Runningwell. It was
Okay.
described as a cozy bed and breakfast for dogs and cats. Jack was an animal lover, and from what I can tell, he possessed an idealistic vision for the pet resort's facilities, which consisted of open spaces for the pets to roam freely
God, that's
and a
so
promise
cute.
to never enclose them in cages. Prominently featured on the Ultimate Pet Resort's website was Jack's dog named Sarge. Jack claimed that Sarge
fun.
could
You're
parachute out of
appreciate it.
helicopters
You're
and could
subdued,
sniff out
bad
bombs.
vibes, blue,
He also said that he was
orchestrion,
saving
rube,
Sarge's
Grim,
DNA
Spencer,
to have him
and
cloned
HG.
after his death. So the late
Nice.
90s were fairly eventful.
Let me read that. Wow. He'd been hired to train Ronald Reagan's son how to use firearms. Man, it must have been so easy just to make an entire fake personality back in the day. Well, I guess you can still do that today. Just not as successfully, I don't think. But Jesus, you could just say anything. That's the story of how that one guy became James Bond. The guy in License to Kill, I forgot his name. He faked his entire resume when auditioning for James Bond, and they just hired him based on absolutely nothing. Anyone remember that? Was that his name, Lazenby? I don't remember his name. I just remember from License to Kill. He completely made up everything on his resume. Not License to Kill? Yeah, it was the... Here, let me pull it up. Oh, wait. No, you're right. It wasn't License to Kill. Okay, somebody tell me which... Is it George Lazenby? Fuck, I can't recognize his face. Is it? I think it is. Lazenby did on Her Majesty's Secret Service. It was Lazenby? Okay. I knew it was one of them. I thought it was License to Kill, but I guess not.
Bombs. He also said that he was saving Sarge's DNA to have him cloned after his death. So the late 90s were fairly eventful for Jack.
Thanks for
He was staying
B-Day,
out of
McLovin,
trouble,
and
his
Jacob.
business was doing
Hugs.
well, and he was working on seeing his life story made into a motion picture. But then, 9/11 happened. In an unpublished manuscript that Jack wrote called The Sixth Pillar, Task Force 7, he wrote, "Life was good. I had a house, a dog, a hot tub, a new turbocharged Grand Prix, a great job, and a beautiful wife. My old enemy, the Soviet Union, was extinct. Everything was grand. Then the fucking
silly he
blew up
was.
New York. Like so many others, our lives were changed that day. But my destiny was clear. I would engage terrorists wherever they were, wherever they hid, wherever they ran. I would die before I let them do this again." In order to enter Afghanistan, Jack contacted a humanitarian aid worker and Vietnam vet named Ed Artis.
And I'm sure he was
told Artis
ecstatic
that
to hear
Gary
from Jack.
Skirka of National Geographic wanted to make a documentary about his humanitarian organization, Knightsbridge International, and their efforts in Afghanistan. In the email, Jack described the idea of the documentary, saying, "You know, ex-military guys doing humanitarian work while bombs fall around them kind of stuff. Coverage is good, but with me, it's mission first. It's not about
Amen,
me.
brother.
If you've been paying attention, you know by now that that surely was not the case. Of course, Jack planned to make it all about himself. As Robert Pelton writes in his book,
I was just talking
License
about
to
that
Kill,
movie.
Jack had never been
Not
to
Jack's, but the
Afghanistan
James
or
Bond
been
one.
seriously involved in humanitarian work, but saw an opportunity to use the lens of a documentarian's camera to record for posterity all the heroic deeds he intended to commit, or at least
Makes use of
dramatize.
Thalnor in the
It wasn't
Prime
long
Command.
before it became obvious to Ed Artis what Jack's intentions for the project were. According to Artis, when he first met Jack, Jack announced that he wanted to, quote, "kill every fucking Afghan I see." He recounts that Jack tried very hard to make himself the star of the documentary and said, quote, "He's the dumbest fuck I have ever met." Artists recalled a time when Jack pushed a humanitarian aid worker out of the way so he could pose for a photo op with an expensive EKG machine meant to be delivered to those in need.
Well, and how successful was the photo? I bet that was the best goddamn EKG machine photo op they ever got. They just didn't know what kind of star they had on their hands. He deserved the spotlight. Fucking get the humanitarian workers out of there. They're blocking the light from Jack. I mean, this seems like it's Artis' fault, honestly, not his.
Eventually, Artis became fed up with Jack's behavior and told Gary Skirka that he would not participate in the documentary unless Jack stayed away while they were shooting it. On November 11th, 2000...
Shit, hold on, I want to read that quote. I took Adema aside and Neil Barrett filmed this. I put my bony finger in his face and said, "I don't know what your agenda is, but I don't want you at any of our sites. You're out of my fucking life." Damn. If Adema is needed to make a documentary, then you can take all the tape you shot so far and shove it up your ass. Okay. Playing a little hardball. Maybe he was feeling a little intimidated by Adema's 5'7" stature.
While they were shooting
Seems
it.
a little insecure
On
to
November
me.
11th, 2001,
Can't appreciate a
Gary
good
Skirka was
patriot.
badly injured by shrapnel from an artillery blast and was medevaced back to the United States a few weeks earlier than he planned to leave. A reporter named Tim Friend said that after he and a group of others carried Skirka to safety and dressed his wounds, Jack arrived with a cameraman. Quote, "Just when we finished dressing Skirka's leg, Jack runs up screaming. He rips off the bandages and redresses the wounds. Basically, he was acting in front of the camera. With Skirka gone, there was no
Jesus
documentary
Christ.
left to work on. Jack was only there as a security guard, not a filmmaker, and Ed Artis wanted nothing to do with him. Sometime later, Ed Artis faxed this warning about Jack to the US authorities. This man is a very dangerous person by virtue of his carelessness and stupidity. And before he gets someone killed, possibly me, or someone traveling with me inside Afghanistan, he needs to be removed from the area. So after a couple months, Jack was stuck in Afghanistan with no documentary and with nothing to do. So he adapted. Jack started tracking down the anti-Taliban soldiers of the Northern Alliance and making connections with them so he could pass himself off as a Northern Alliance advisor. It was around this time that he took a stack of pictures of him posing with the Northern Alliance, saving children, dressing wounds, and staging other photo ops to make himself seem heroic. By this point in the war, the anti-Taliban forces in the Northern Alliance had taken over much of the country. Whether they knew that Jack wasn't officially sanctioned was unclear. Jack put together a small militia of Northern Alliance fighters and started offering journalists safe escorts into the Battle of Tora Bora for the price of $1,000 a head. Tora Bora was where the action was, and it was the story that most war journalists in the country wanted to report on. It was far too dangerous to travel there on their own.
The resub cry.
Eric Campbell, a correspondent for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, recalls that 4 journalists had been murdered on the road from Kabul to Jalalabad less than a week earlier, and that he was stuck in Kabul until he met Jack, who offered to take him there. Journalists were used as special forces operatives who did not speak to the press due to their code of silence. But Jack would talk willingly, and Jack always had a way to back up his air of credibility. In an article written by a journalist named Richard S. Ehrlich, who interviewed Jack several times, he writes, Jack displayed a resume that he kept on his laptop, which listed military badges he said he had earned. But his biography stopped in 1991.
What was the one that said El Salvadoran? El Salvadoran Master Parachute Wings. Royal Thai Army Combat Parachute Wings. What? What is that? What are those medals? What does that even mean? You can get foreign jump wings? Really? Like this many? That seems like unreasonable. Thanks, the resub, Aaron. The resub, Devin. True, yeah. Stolen Valor from the Union. Thanks to the tier 1 golden. Probably faked, but you can if the opportunity comes up. Well, it's confirmed fake. I know that. I've never heard of, like, parachute wings from, like, so many different places. Just doesn't even seem plausible.
But his biography stopped in 1991. When asked about the 1990s, Jack would say, "For over 10 years, I've been black," implying secret missions he could not divulge.
Well, Jack, I suppose the question people are wondering is what's a Green Beret veteran doing leading a security convoy in Afghanistan?
Well, we've had a problem since I got here with security of journalists, security of aid workers, humanitarian aid workers, and even foreigners. As you know, there were one guy killed in Talokan, 4 were robbed and killed on the road from Jalalabad. When the National Geographic guy was wounded, I was there in Calcutta. And we tried to air asset him out and get him out of medevac, and we had a difficult time doing it. So we've been batting around the idea of security protection force for journalists, aid workers, and foreigners.
In October 2001 and June 2002, Jack appeared in over 1,000 U.S. newspapers and over 250 television news shows.
Damn.
He served as a commentator on Fox News and was paid $500 per appearance. It was a lucrative hustle, and it helped fund his stay in Afghanistan. On one occasion, he charged a room full of journalists $100 per person to attend a press conference with a local warlord named Hazrat Ali. It was later revealed that he duped the warlord by telling him that the journalists were Pentagon officials. Jack was clearly a bullshit artist of the highest degree, but that's only part of the reason why he was able to trick so many people. The emergence of private military contractors and guns for hire created an environment where it became difficult to distinguish Jack from an officially sanctioned mercenary. Jack looked the part with his dark shades, desert camouflage fatigues, and military haircut. There were hundreds of guys like that in Afghanistan at the time, ex-military types working for PMCs. However, the obvious difference between them and Jack was that they were legit and he was not. As an Afghan
That just
businessman
means
told the New
Jack
York
has no
Times,
red tape.
If you're blonde or a Westerner and you're wearing black
He can do
sunglasses,
whatever he needs
carrying
to
a pistol
protect
and
you.
a leg holster, and driving a car without a license plate, nobody would ever question who you are. People just assume you're CIA or Special Forces or someone dangerous.
Yeah, it's like the same thing with
People
like
stay
a
away from you.
clipboard. If you
Even
carry
though
a
Jack looked
clipboard,
the
no one
part,
asks
he
any
gained
questions.
a controversial reputation
Remember that
among
old
many
trick?
war journalists who ridiculed him behind his back. In his book, Robert Pelton writes that journalists would call Jack Mr. Potato Head due to his mercurial ability to portray himself as a private military contractor or CIA or a Special Forces operative, depending on who he spoke to. Jack also gained a reputation for his violent tendencies. On one occasion, he pulled out a gun on a journalist named Tom Robertson and shot at him, nearly missing. And the only reason Jack was upset enough to try to shoot him was because Robertson had interrupted him during a discussion.
Jesus Christ. What a maniac.
Jack would often show up at the Intercontinental Hotel where most foreign journalists stayed and regale them with tales of how he helped organize the operation to topple the Taliban. One day, he walked in with a box of cassette tapes and claimed that they contained 8 hours of Al-Qaeda training footage. On the tapes were target practice featuring Al-Qaeda members rolling over barrels, urban warfare simulations with moving targets, drive-by shootings on the back of a motorcycle, and rappelling down buildings. At the time, the media was paying a lot of money for tapes of Al-Qaeda and Taliban members, and Jack knew he could make bank off of them. He gave them to Eric Campbell, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation correspondent I mentioned earlier, who transferred, edited, and verified the authenticity of the tapes so they could be sold to broadcasters.
They sprayed the room a couple of times, and this tells me.
And it turns out Jack set it all up. CGI.
We toured the camp with a US Special Forces veteran now advising the Afghan military. For security reasons, he declines to give us his real name. He believes the tapes reveal their fanatical desire to rival their counter-terrorist opponents.
We've seen it in limited situations, but not in this wide range. Not in a wide range that includes motorcades, close quarter battle, integrated assaults, open air assaults, linear target assaults, a whole spectrum of terroristic activities.
Northern Alliance
a lot of buzzwords in there.
The tapes here shortly after
cyber warfare,
fled.
Intergalactic conflict,
they come to light
Reapers.
Only because Jack bought them from one of his intelligence assets, videotaping the heavily armed transaction as proof of payment.
This took weeks to pull off, maybe about a month. It was constant meetings, it was back alley meetings at midnight. It was going to remote places in Afghanistan in the hills and little houses to meet people to try and convince them to turn all the tapes over to me.
A bidding war began for the rights to be the first network to air the tapes. 60 Minutes won the bid for an undisclosed amount. And legendary newsman Dan Rather traveled to Afghanistan to interview Jack for the program.
Okay. Please. Thank you. Thank you. About a half an hour north of downtown Kabul, you come upon this place, a sprawling complex of now battered buildings that once was the heartbeat of Osama bin Laden's training operation. This is where Al-Qaeda created killers.
And the ultimate weapon is this man.
What are we looking at?
Jack.
You know, they're extraordinary tapes. They're extraordinary tapes because of two main reasons. First, they give an insight never before seen into what Al-Qaeda is really about. Al-Qaeda and Taliban have been portrayed as like regular soldiers, like they've been portrayed as a military unit rather than a total terroristic organization. And these tapes bring that right to light. I mean, they put a different face on Al-Qaeda. They are terrorists, plain and simple. They're killing people on streets. They're kidnapping people off street corners. They're throwing grenades through windows. They're rocketing cars. They're taking office buildings, killing people in cafeterias. I mean, this is absolutely the face of terror.
In June 2002, when Hamid Karzai was picked to lead Afghanistan's transitional government, Jack was packing his bags and heading back to the United States. His mother, Mary B. Versace, had died a couple months earlier, so Jack traveled to Poughkeepsie, New York to mourn. Jack remained in the United States for nearly 2 years before returning to Afghanistan. While he was there, he busied himself by suing a ton of people. First, Jack sued Steven Spielberg and DreamWorks Studios for copyright infringement, with Gary Skirka, Kathy Skirka, and his longtime supporter, Jim Morris, a writer for Soldier of Fortune magazine, as co-complainants. Jack believed that The Peacemaker, a movie released in 1997 starring George Clooney, had a plot which was stolen from an assortment of several manuscripts of his life story. The plot of The Peacemaker does bear some similarities to Jack's story, such as its focus on a backpack nuclear bomb smuggling operation. And although the court noted that there were some similarities between the stories...
Hold on, God, I want to read that. Okay. So that seems so vague. Very smart from Jack. Tell vague soldier fanfic and then sue anyone that has anything that remotely resembles it, it seems. Like, these just seem like circumstantial generic plot points that you'd find in an old 90s movie. Almost worked. True, I mean, he got a lot of lawsuits under his belt. His recent V&G, Griff, and Ichiran.
There were some similarities between the stories. They concluded that they were not substantial enough to be considered plagiarism. The claim was dismissed, and Jack was ordered to pay $260,079 in legal fees, which he never did. Another person who Jack sued is a man named Eric Cassette, who I was lucky enough to speak to. Eric Cassette worked at his father's car dealership and repossession business when he first crossed paths with Jack.
We'd gotten a repossession order, me and my dad, which we owned a repossession company, to repossess his car. But he sued us for, he was trying to get $1 million and some dollars, saying that my dad was 430 pounds, said he jumped his fence, broke into his business, and destroyed his computers. The first day when we first got served papers from him, he rolled up in front of my dad's house with 4 blacked out SUVs fully loaded with special ops guys. He come to my door and knocked on it with a pizza box in his hand. My niece opened the door, and she was like 5 at the time. He throws the pizza box at her and says, "Now you're served," and threw his summons at us. We were served papers every day for a year and a half, 2 years. We had to go to court at least once or twice a week.
Eric believes that Jack placed his father under severe stress, which contributed to his death.
We were not rich people. We were struggling just like any normal person, and he was trying to sue us for everything we had, our house, our cars, and probably everything that we'd ever own. And it stressed my dad out so bad that, he got sick several times, and basically, he died of septic shock. His intestines just bound up so much. He killed my dad. He was a criminal. He was a crook, and he was a nasty person to be up against.
Careful what you say about Jack. He's an American hero.
Around this time, Jack reconnected with his hero, Robin Moore. Robin Moore wrote the book The Green Berets, which the John Wayne movie was based on. As mentioned earlier, Jack was obsessed with the Green Berets movie, and it's what made him decide to join the Special Forces. Jack and Robin Moore were already longtime acquaintances through the Special Forces community. So when he reunited with Robin Moore at one of the Special Forces expos, and Moore told him that he was interested in writing about Special Forces operatives in Afghanistan, Jack jumped at the opportunity to insert himself into the tale. The book was named The Hunt for Bin Laden, and it featured Jack on the cover with his shirt open and holding a gun. Jack was hired to help Robin Moore with the book as a technical advisor, but found a way to take over the project. Moore's literary agent named Mimi Strong said, "Jack came along and rewrote the entire thing. He came up with terribly exciting, excellent copy." According to Strong, the finished manuscript of The Hunt for Bin Laden was largely Jack's doing, with only a few pages written by Moore. In the book, Jack is characterized as a one-man army, an ex-Green Beret operating independently of Central Command, who interjected himself in America's war on terrorism, as an advisor to the Northern Alliance, and who was the only person collecting actionable intelligence on the ground. Jack claimed that he nearly captured Osama bin Laden, that he thwarted al-Qaeda plots to kill Hamid Karzai and Bill Clinton, and that, quote, "In March, standing in the middle of a Kabul street armed with a Russian assault rifle and 600 rounds of ammunition, Jack held off Islamic fundamentalists for 4 hours as they tried to take 18 foreign citizens hostage." The Hunt for Bin Laden was released on December 2nd, 2003, and quickly became a bestseller. It was marketed as the first insider account of the war in Afghanistan. Due to Robin Moore's health issues, Jack took the reins of the book's promotional tour. In media appearances, he was described as a Green Beret working as an advisor to the Northern Alliance. Jack made a lot of money from the book sales because he had the foresight to sign a contract with Moore's agent, which granted him a percentage of the book's profits. Jack also slipped a list of charities into the book, which purported to be for Special Forces operatives, their families, and for the people of Afghanistan. In reality, the donations were sent to Jack's P.O. box and bank accounts. He was later subpoenaed by the U.S. Attorney's Office and charged with mail fraud. Although the book was a commercial success, it received harsh criticism for its lack of credibility. Among its critics were Ed Artis, the Special Forces operatives who Robin Moore interviewed, and many others. Behind the scenes, Jack was outraged that people were publicly questioning his carefully cultivated image of faux legitimacy. He believed that they were damaging his reputation, and that they were the reason that Fox News parted ways with him as a regular commentator. In typical Jack fashion, he sued all, including his former hero, Robin Moore, Moore's girlfriend, Chris Thompson, and Thompson's parents for $4 million in damages. And he even sued Fox News for letting him go as a commentator. However, most of the lawsuits he filed were dismissed in court. During a deposition, Chris Thompson said that Jack's behavior was disturbing and erratic. He recalled seeing Jack destroying the inside of his own house with a samurai sword. He also said that he witnessed Jack choking his girlfriend during a fight, and that Jack forged a letter using Fox News stationery in order to submit it as evidence in his lawsuit against him.
That's so fucking nuts. Holy shit. Destroying his own house with a samurai sword and choking his girlfriend in front of people. Bro, what a red-blooded, God-fearing American warrior. I mean, that's what happens when you question Jack. He gets the samurai sword out. I'll tell you what, bub. I'm trying to read the rest here, but it's at a weird angle, so I'm kind of struggling, I'm not gonna lie.
Them.
Fuck with Jack and your whack.
After spending 2 years in the United States, Jack returned to Afghanistan. When Jack returned to Afghanistan in April of 2004, he brought along 2 Americans who were on his payroll named Ed Caraballo and Brent Bennett. Ed Caraballo was a CBS cameraman and 4-time Emmy Award-winning journalist. Brent Bennett was a 28-year-old former paratrooper who met Jack in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Jack had a lot of money banked up from the success of the Hunt for Bin Laden book, as well as from fake charities he inserted into its pages, and also from the settlement money from his lawsuit. So as soon as he landed in Afghanistan, Jack rented a house in Kabul to turn it into a headquarters for his own paramilitary unit called Task Force Saber 7. He rented the house under the false pretense that it was for an import-export rug business and tacked a sign in front of it that said Universal Exports in order to conceal its true name, which was the Honeycomb Hideout. Following that, Jack hired 4 Afghans to join Task Force Saber 7. One of the men he hired was a translator named Abdul Wahid, who was sent to Jack by Afghanistan's then defense minister, Mohammed Qaim. Jack had a lot of high-level contacts in Afghanistan, but we'll get to that later. Jack had imitation U.S. military uniforms made to outfit his paramilitary group, and he also bought weapons. And with that, the hunt for terrorists and Osama bin Laden was on. Jack said that a year earlier he had received information from Al-Qaeda members, who he said that he had flipped into intelligence assets, that they had located the possible whereabouts of Osama bin Laden, and that they had learned of a plot to drive 12 taxi bombs into the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. Air Base in Kabul. Jack claimed that when he informed the Pentagon and the CIA about this, they told him to deal with his old nemesis, the FBI. After much foot-dragging by the FBI, who Jack described as far too bureaucratic and stupid to stop Al-Qaeda, Jack decided to travel to Afghanistan to stop Al-Qaeda terrorists and to capture Osama bin Laden himself. According to Jack, after he told a mysterious Pentagon insider of his plans, they told him, quote, "We can't help you in the United States, and we can't get you into Afghanistan. You get in, and then we'll work together." Within 2 weeks of landing in Afghanistan, Jack arrested a man who he called a top Taliban official and handed him over to U.S. coalition forces in the middle of the night on May 3rd, 2004. The coalition forces released the prisoner 2 months later after they determined that he was not who Jack claimed to be. Following that, Jack said that he was tipped off about a terrorist named Ghulam Saki, who was traveling on a bus that was heading to Kabul and possibly loaded with explosives. Jack claimed that he warned the office of Lieutenant General William Boykin, who at the time was the U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense. When Boykin's office didn't reply fast enough, Jack sprung into action and decided that he would stop the bus himself. Jack and the rest of Task Force Saber 7 then intercepted the bus, unloaded its occupants, and lined everyone up while sticking guns in their faces. He then arrested the suspected terrorist, Saki, blackbagged him, and stuck him in the back of a car to be taken to Task Force Saber 7's headquarters, the Honeycomb Hideout.
Shit! Now I'm really mad.
That sounded just like Billy Mays.
I haven't broken a mirror in 7 years. Now I just broke another one. Jesus Christ.
After days of interrogation, Saki gave Jack the name of a 30-year-old taxi driver named Sarajan, and said that he was in charge of a plan to assassinate top Afghan officials.
Sharajan makes the decision on who to bomb when.
Saber. When the Saber is not there, Sharajan is at the charge. Can Sharajan make?
This is after the time I leave this job of these people. I'm very story time. I said, I'm sure I will help you. Please.
Well, now he can be with the government instead of against the government.
ولا تلك الدولة هي مقابل دولة.
Can I get a ketchup?
Hours later, Jack and Task Force Saber 7 raided
Joe.
Sarajan's house.
Yep. There you go. That's Jack.
Room by room!
I love the poses he strikes for the camera. It's like he saw a couple action movies and just based the entire way he moves and operates off of the characters in the movies. Just look at that wide stance. Looking like the Counter-Strike 1.6 cover. Fucking cruising, Jack. What a lethal weapon.
What's this hiding in your rice?
God damn it. I also just love the fact that he 360s, so he just turns around and looks through the exact same door he just came in through. As if all of a sudden he's been flanked by the boogeyman.
Room by room!
Man, and people actually took him seriously too, which is wild.
What's this hiding in your rice bag for? What's that hiding in your rice bag for?
دقات برنج ضرورت گیرمونی.
A whole bunch of shit.
دقات برنج ضرورت گیرمونی.
Magazines too.
These are some Riku red.
Inside
and Trey.
Sarajan's house, they found some traces of explosives and a detonator hidden inside of a rice bag. In the footage, Swedish and German coalition forces inspect Sarajan's house. Later, the bomb disposal team searches Sarajan's taxi, and they find more explosive residue. Then Jack took Sarajan to Honeycomb Hideout. He said that he then spent 18 to 20 hours a day interrogating his two prisoners and attending meetings with Afghan security officers and government officials. Jack repeatedly asked his prisoners who their targets were. The two names that are brought up are the former Afghan Minister of Education, Yunus Konini, and Afghan Defense Minister, General Mohammed Fahim. In footage recorded by Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, the former Afghan Minister of Education thanks Jack for thwarting the attempt on his life.
And I'm thankful for your what you have done, especially in this kind of operations. And
He actually did it, what the fuck?
Face such kind of.
So here's my, I don't know if this is accurate. We're not even halfway through the video. I'm imagining all of that was planted, not legitimate, would be my guess. I don't think he actually successfully did anything even remotely helpful. I am imagining he planted all of that, like, and set people up. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe he legitimately did help somehow. But given this guy's entire history of never doing anything right and being the biggest scumbag possible, lying and faking everything in his entire fucking life, it would be shocking to me if for the first time in his... how old is he right now? I think he's in his 30s. In his 30-something years, he actually legitimately did something right. I would be shocked. So my guess is it's faked. He planted all the evidence, which I imagine we might get to later down in the video. But I could be wrong. He could have actually helped as well. There's no telling for sure. But give me just 1 second because I need to tinkle. I'm back. Thanks for resub, Nikki, Miggle, and Stales, and Scoopy, and the gift sub Stuart, and the resub Liana. Hey, Liana. Yeah, doing all right. Hope you're doing well. And the hey, thank you for the 10 gift subs, Jojo. Appreciate it. And the Prime 6. Yeah, of course. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on, Jojo.
Things or threats 10 times in a day.
He later assisted Jack in his mission to round up baddies by lending him his own security forces. A few days later, Task Force Sabre 7 raided the house of an Afghan Supreme Court judge named Mohammed Sadiq, aided by German and Swedish coalition forces and Afghan police.
I'm surprised they're not asking for an autograph from Jack. Man's a superstar.
Nobody move! Hands up! Hands up! Now! Hands up! Larry, Curly, take the other room! Everybody, hands up! Nobody moves!
Nice sounding flush. What model toilet are you using?
Down! Down! Hands up!
I brought a Higgs boson. I have no fucking idea what kind of toilet it is. No idea.
How many men are back here? Tell me now!
Inside Sadiq's home, they found a poster of a terrorist leader, as well as explosives, detonation devices, and bomb schematics.
Imports for records, for bombs, explosive.
After arresting Sadiq, as well as his 2 brothers and 3 additional men, Jack dined with the Kabul police chief, Baba Jan, as well as the head of the National Directorate of Security, NDS, which is Afghanistan's intelligence agency, and the Minister of Education's brother. Following that, the Supreme Court judge's car was driven out into the desert and inspected by coalition bomb disposal experts, who confirmed that the car tested positive for explosive residue.
So the car definitely tested positive?
Yes, definitely.
For what?
I don't know, there was a kind of explosive, but I don't know what kind of explosive. We can say, okay, there was explosive in it. With 2 sliver dogs, they have a positive test.
Soon, Task Force Sabre 7
How
had 8
reliable are
prisoners in
dogs at
Honeycomb
sniffing
Hideout, who they
explosive
tortured
residue?
and interrogated for days, while Ed Caraballo filmed. However, Jack's decision to arrest an Afghan Supreme Court judge would come to bite him in the ass.
They're pretty
Wanted
reliable.
posters with Jack's mugshot were displayed all over Kabul by U.S. authorities. This development enraged Jack, who immediately called the office of Lieutenant General William Boykin and threatened to go to the press if the wanted posters were not removed in 12 hours.
You think Abu Ghraib prison is a problem? When they find out that the guy that captured all the terrorists that were going to blow up Bagram, you should be giving me a fucking DSM.
Can we get this man like a blue Yeti or something a little better? Jesus.
You think...
I don't know what happened. The Georgia supervisor, actually, and I don't know what happened.
On July 5th, 2004, the Honeycomb Hideout was raided by Afghan police forces, who arrested every member of Task Force Sabre 7.
Oh,
they were
man,
arrested
Jack.
after Jack called Kabul police chief, Baba Jan, to turn over the prisoners. After the raid, the police found 8 Afghan men, some hanging by their feet, bound and hooded in Task Force Sabre 7's HQ. They also found torture equipment, bloody clothing, handcuffs, and blindfolds. The prisoners said that they were tortured and forced to confess to crimes that they had not committed. After Afghan
That sounds
police
like
arrested
Jack.
the members of Task Force Sabre 7, they were taken to a jail run by Afghanistan's Intelligence and Security Service, the NDS. Jack and his cohorts all claimed that they were taken to an underground torture chamber and were subsequently tortured by Afghan officials. In court, cameraman Ed Caraballo showed a large bruise on his foot, which resembled an injury sustained from the traditional Middle Eastern punishment called falaka, which involves beatings to the bottom of feet. Jack's prisoners were also turned over to the NDS, who questioned them. According to Jack's former prisoners, they were also questioned by the FBI.
What a weird
They were all
technique.
released after 15 days, while Jack, Bennett, and Caraballo were charged with kidnapping, having a private jail, torture, robbery, and entering Afghanistan without a visa.
Jack has been tortured.
Hey, Associated Press.
Caraballo has an injury to the bottom of his foot.
So you can't walk? Yeah, I guess it's to stop you from running away.
Leaves something to be desired.
Still, though, I feel with torture, like, the odds of them running
Not a
away are pretty low
situation
anyway.
that one would
You're
want
beating
to
the
be
shit out
in.
of them.
I think it's had a psychological toll on all of them, and I know I could not have withstood it for the last 2 months.
How have you been? How's it been in there?
None of you tell the truth. You all fucking lie. So, what's your
Yeah.
message? Press
Don't be that way, Jack. Feet are very sensitive. Getting feet beatings must suck, man. I don't know. I haven't sustained like foot stuff, so I couldn't tell
we were
you.
working for the U.S.
My feet are very
counterterrorist group,
ticklish.
working with the Pentagon and
But
some
I
other
believe you.
federal
So
agencies.
you were working with US knowledge, with US government knowledge?
We were in touch with the Pentagon sometimes 5 times a day at the highest level, every day.
They've denied that. They've denied you completely.
Well, we're prepared to show emails and correspondence and tape-recorded conversations that show that's not true.
Why did the coalition put out that email denying any knowledge, denying that you had any links to US military, US government?
We do not know why that is, but we do know that some of the guys we took were extremely high-level terrorists.
How do you feel about being sort of let go by the Americans?
You can't use that quote.
Well, there you go. That's the quote, my dear.
The trial began in late July 2004 in Afghan courts. Ed Caraballo, who was a documentary filmmaker, expected amnesty due to his status as a journalist, but none came. It was argued that since Caraballo was being paid by Jack, he was not working in the capacity of a journalist. However, human rights organizations argued that the men would not get a fair trial due to how new the Afghan legal system was, as it had only been established that same year. Here's Caraballo's lawyer speaking about the state of the Afghan legal system in 2004.
There is not a fully developed legal system yet. The International Commission of Jurists commissioned a study that came to that conclusion. Amnesty International has expressed concerns. Human Rights Watch has expressed concerns. With that as a foundation, this was not a trial. There were hearings that were scattered about. The rules that have been generated in Afghanistan were not followed.
The trial was a mess. There was only one good microphone,
Jack
which was
was
passed along
found
to whomever
innocent.
was speaking. Jack smoked cigarettes, made
got the
constant
Purple Heart.
interruptions, and often stalled the proceedings by making statements to the press. The judge's behavior was questionable as well. He interrupted the defense team's lawyers, telling them that they could not read their full statements. None of the witnesses were cross-examined. None of the 3 Americans were given copies of their charges in English. Brent Bennett did not have a lawyer, and Jack was not permitted to choose his own translator. During the trial, Jack's former prisoners testified that they were apprehended by gunpoint, forced to wear thick black hoods, held prisoner, and tortured by Jack and his task force. They said that they were hung by their feet and doused with extremely hot and cold water, and also starved and waterboarded. One former prisoner pointed to Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, and said that he tried to suffocate him with a plastic bag. A torture victim named Saki said that Jack and his cohorts beat him before they even questioned him. He said that he repeatedly told Jack that he did not know how to make bombs, and in response, Jack tortured him in the shower with hot water. After they threatened to kill him unless he spoke up, he said that he blurted out the name of Sarah John, who he said he knew since he was a child. There was a sense that the 3 Americans were left out to dry by the US government, which chose to let them be tried under the Afghan legal system instead of extraditing them and letting them stand for trial in American courts. The most likely reason for this was that Jack and Task Force Sabre 7 were arrested for detaining and torturing individuals at the worst possible time. Only a few months earlier, in late April 2004, news broke that Iraqi prisoners at the Abu Ghraib detention facility were being severely tortured by U.S. military personnel who could be seen in appalling photographs casually smiling while humiliating and abusing detainees.
Oh, I actually vaguely
This erupted
remember
into a
hearing
major
about that when I
PR
was a kid.
disaster for the U.S. war on terror. So a few months later, when Jack and Task Force Sabre 7 were accused of running a private prison and torturing Afghans, the U.S. government immediately put out a statement saying,
I would treat with a great deal of skepticism any claim by Mr. Adema that he was working for the U.S. government. I can tell you absolutely that he did not work for the coalition. He was not in our employ at any time. We did not give him taskings or missions.
However, Jack adamantly claimed that he was working with the CIA and the U.S. Defense Department in order to catch suspected al-Qaeda agents and turn them over to U.S. or NATO forces.
For example, we were in contact directly by fax and email and phone with Donald Rumsfeld's office, with his Deputy Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, and with Heather Anderson, 4-star flag officer level at the Pentagon.
Jack also claimed that the FBI had confiscated hundreds of documents, videotapes, and files which he could have used as exculpatory evidence. And surprisingly, this was true. The FBI, which, from what I understand, shouldn't have any jurisdiction in Afghanistan, seized all of Jack's materials and held on to them for 21 days.
Additionally, there have been
that
problems
surprised
with
me.
reviewing the evidence. These problems were made worse, and the integrity of the evidence compromised by the Federal Bureau of Investigation agents removing the evidence and holding it for 3 weeks.
Once the FBI got Gooster and Zatum and Sean.
They then found out by the
Alpha.
documents that there were tons of documents that showed contact between us, the Pentagon, the CIA, and the FBI, and ISAF. Us, the documents and videos showed that we were in phone conversations, in meetings, and there were lots of documents back and forth between us, the CIA, the FBI, and the Department of Defense.
The FBI eventually returned Jack's material midway through the trial, but he and his defense team claimed that a lot of evidence was missing and or damaged. Jack believed that his arrest and subsequent sentencing was due to the FBI's vendetta against him. After the FBI returned some of his materials, Jack tried to present his case in court that he was in fact working on behalf of the US government by showing tapes and other files. One tape showed that Jack was in contact with the office of Lieutenant General Boykin, former U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense.
So he actually
On the
was?
tape, Jack speaks to Lieutenant General Boykin's secretary, George Shim, who promises Jack that someone from the DIA would call him back on his cell phone.
Tell General Boykin that you called. I gave him the information. Well, I'm going to have someone at DIA contact you on your cell number, all right? Just give me a couple minutes.
George, I am taking out the whole cell. I'm telling you, you're not going to believe it. It's so funny how I did it. I walked in one bomber to the other bomber, pulled off his mask, and said, identify.
I'm going to put Jim Crown on the phone, Jack, while I call DIA, and you talk to him and you tell him.
All right, tell him to call me. Here, call me back. Tell him to call me back on this number, because I'm low on bucks.
So it sounds like he just constantly
In another
harassed
clip,
them.
Jack spoke to an employee from Lieutenant General Boykin's
not exactly
office
like
after
contact.
wanted posters of him were put up around Kabul. During the call, Jack was told by an unnamed official that they wanted to put a firewall between Boykin and Jack in order to shield Boykin away from press scrutiny and criticism.
So we were trying to put a firewall between your efforts and him because we didn't want to connect anything there. And there's no need
Holy
to
shit, what?
And I'm so with you on that. I am so on your side on that. I am so much a believer in that. I only started talking to your office because I love that man. I think he's probably one of the greatest men that America has ever had.
However, Boykin's office claimed that Jack's communication with them was vastly one-sided and sporadic. He was trying to establish a relationship with them, which they weren't interested in. It's unclear if the US government was being entirely honest about their involvement with Jack. Of course, he wasn't officially sanctioned to do the work he was doing, but it's obvious that the US was aware of Jack's activities well before his arrest, and were at least permissive of his operation until he became a PR disaster. Here's the facts. ISAF denied that they had any connections to Jack for 3 weeks before finally admitting that they accepted a prisoner from him. ISAF assisted Jack on 3 different raids, and Jack called up the Pentagon frequently to tell them what he was up to. Does this mean that Jack was truly a top-secret, covert, special forces big boss working for the Pentagon? No, not at all. Instead, what I'm trying to highlight is the questionable and guarded stance which the US government undertook when shit hit the fan. Although it can't be proven that the US government supported Jack's mission, it is clear that Afghan officials did. Despite being charged with entering the country illegally, there's footage of the 3 Americans landing in Afghanistan and being greeted by Afghan officials.
They land in Kabul. Ed, who is doing a documentary, documents the entire thing on video, including handing over passports, filling out disembarkation forms. The head of the airport, a man named Haji Timur, hugging and greeting them. Jack Adema going up to the huge picture of Massoud,
he really just should have stuck with
Alliance
paintball,
leader
honestly.
who was assassinated 2 days before September 11th.
What am I looking
and
at?
kissing the poster. Baba John, the chief of the National Police and Kabul Police, being there and hugging Jack, if I remember correctly on the tape.
On September 15th, 2004, the judge returned after 5 minutes of deliberation and sentenced Jack and Bennett to 10 years, Caraballo to 8, and the Afghans assisting them to no more than 5. This was Jack's cell in Policharki prison. Jack, Bennett, Caraballo, and their Afghan translator were isolated in one wing where they enjoyed a plush prison experience. They had a laptop, a phone, private bedrooms.
They went to summer
bathrooms,
camp.
Satellite TV, plenty of alcohol, and a small staff of assistants.
What the fuck?
So their surroundings looked more like a suite than a prison cell. However, it wasn't always easy living. On 3 occasions, riots broke out inside of the prison. 4 guards and 1 Afghan member
Rioting
of Task
for
Force
what? An
Sabre
extra
7
TV?
died in
Another
a
flat
firefight
screen?
while protecting the 3 Americans. Bizarrely, it was the Supreme Court Judge
What?
Mohammed Sadiq, who Jack arrested and held prisoner for 12 days, that arranged for his cozy conditions. Sadiq told the Chicago Tribune, quote, "The government asked me what facilities we should give them. I told them the best. We should give them the best facilities possible." Some suggest that Jack had bribed Afghan officials in order to have an easier time while locked up.
It's an unusual treat. Help yourself into the prison.
Don't take a picture of me, goddammit, right now, so I put my shit on. I'll fucking have to shoot you. Alright.
Good, good.
The place is a little fucking messy right now. This is Esmarai, Major Esmarai, was the first base of the Panjshir. Hello? He was one of the guys captured with me. Dean Mohammed, he's very famous Mujahideen. You can see he
So
got
this is
the
prison?
shit shot out of him by the Russians. So for 20 years, he's been fighting the Russians and Taliban.
You're living pretty comfortably here in prison. How can you explain that?
Northern Alliance. Do you think I'm a prisoner?
I think you're an unusual form of prisoner.
You think I'm a prisoner? Do you think I would really spend 5 years here? I have 6 Panjshir commandos in this fucking room right now. I could walk out of this prison in one snap of my fingers, and that is no bullshit.
Do
I'll
it.
snap my fingers
Call
tomorrow.
it on
1,000
it.
Panjshir soldiers will come over these walls, and they'll kill every motherfucker in this prison that isn't Panjshir.
While in prison, Jack started
Fucking
a
call
website
him on it.
called
I wanna
Super
see him do
Patriots,
it.
and began publishing write-ups which promised to tell the real story about his case. He also posted photos, recipes, and videos. Some of these videos
Recipes.
still exist on a YouTube channel with several clips of Jack getting drunk while in prison.
Action. Superfly! Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy. Yeah, your mama. I'm your daddy. Superfly. Go to Joe Cartoon side.
Oh.
Cause I'm your daddy. Superfly. I'm your daddy. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy.
What the fuck is this? What they saw on the Ring VHS tape?
During his stay in prison, Jack predictably occupied much of his time by filing numerous lawsuits and appeals. Quote, Adima's attorneys filed a lawsuit in Washington in 2005 challenging his detention. Adima accused the State Department and FBI
Pretty
of
cool
illegally
video.
keeping him imprisoned in a deplorable
I want to
act.
see more of them. What was it? What was his channel? What about drinking? Would this come up? Superfly. No. What was the channel? Is the resub Rotten, Coffee, and Lindizzle, and the Prime Lovely, and the resub Toad, and Desroy, and the gift sub Cram, and the resub King, and gift sub Bryce. The Angry Joe Show. Man, don't give me that shit. I'm trying to look at some Jack Adima getting hammered clips. Superfly 69. Yeah, that's probably the one. I think it's a resub, Derek. What if I just type in this? Will this channel come up? Is it Baz Matat? Probably not. Adima fan? This seems like this could be it. Jack Adima and his infamous Japanese sword practice an ancient art. That technique is flawless. Very culty. In 20 FPS? No, it's actually a 60 FPS video, but he slowed the footage down so you can actually see his moves. His Bushido is legendary. Like a ballerina is right. That footwork.
In prison, directing his torture, destroying evidence, and ultimately trying to have him killed. He said he had audio recordings and documents to back up his claims. While in prison, Jack started corresponding with a woman named Penny Alisi. In April of 2022, I traveled to Connecticut to meet Penny to conduct an in-person interview.
My name is Penny Alisi Idema. Penny Alisi Idema. I was married to Jack Idema.
Lucky woman.
I saw him on being interviewed by Imus before I went to work one morning, and I thought, wow, there's a real person that loves our country. That was when he was promoting the hunt for bin Laden.
A year later, when she learned that Jack was arrested in Afghanistan, she couldn't believe it.
I thought it was hard.
I always find that kind of weird, and I guess maybe it's just me, but like that quality of I love this person because they love up my country. I don't know, I guess I've never had that kind of pride in anything, and I mean that like across the board. Like I like Tampa a lot, but I'd never like look at someone who's like a big Tampa fan, like someone that's like fighting for Tampa on the front lines as like someone that I'd be in love with just because of that fact. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that important to me.
I was devastated for them because I thought he was a true American and he was being treated unfairly because he was out there doing what the rest of us probably wanted to do but couldn't.
There were other people fascinated by Jack's story as well.
I'd die for my grade
soon,
school
Penny
basketball
connected with them
team.
online.
Rita DM'd me on there. They were getting together a cause and they were going to send boxes over to the men over there. And was I interested? I was totally on board.
To Penny, it was an important cause. So she got to work gathering items to send to Policharky prison, such as newspapers, magazines.
I'd make homemade CDs for them, music. He liked Melissa Etheridge, Fleetwood Mac, anything like that.
Soon, their relationship became romantic.
Jack called me regularly from Policharky on sat phones. We would stay on the phone anywhere from half an hour to 4 hours. Be dead tired in the morning, but it was worth it. I got to talk to Jack. He was funny, he was witty, not really like sappy romantic, just like letting me know that I was going to be the one. And, you know, if he ever got out of there, you know, someday
like
we would be
manipulation.
Together and we'd have great adventures.
If only someone would come
After
break me
dozens
out
of
of this
months
prison.
regularly speaking with each other, they learned that Jack was set to be released from prison.
So Jack knew that eventually he would have maybe the choice of getting out of there, and
Thanks, Yusuf Rocco,
you know, he
Glads, and
started
Dan.
talking more and more about me and him being together.
Oh, I don't know, maybe
and,
we could.
you know, finding a location
Just
for
wasn't a
us
whole
to go.
lot, like, of
But it was
craziness,
never the
just
United States.
hanging out.
I had to find a country that would both of us would be happy in.
Jack was released from prison in 2007 after being pardoned by Afghanistan's former president, Hamid Karzai. However, he refused to leave his cell.
He said he didn't want to leave until he made sure he got everything, and then he started with Nina. He wanted Nina to leave with him. And that seemed like a virtual impossibility. How could you get a dog out of Afghanistan?
Nina was a dog who Brent Bennett found in prison and took care of. After Bennett and Caraballo were released from prison, Jack decided that he would send Nina to Penny, and he actually managed to pull it off. From his prison cell, he sorted out Nina's vaccinations, travel arrangements,
That's so cute.
and for her to be microchipped.
You know, he asked me if he sent Nina to me, would I take care of her? And of course. The first time I met him, I was so excited. I got there and it was like dum dum da dum. All I could see was him. Again, all I could see was him. A bad dye job. He was sweating and I could see little beads of hair dye. And I thought, oh my goodness, yikes. You know, he's got like hair dye, sweat, and he's shorter than I thought. And on the phone, he would always laugh and joke when he was calling me from Policharky about how people would make fun of him because they said he was so short and he never was short. And I thought, he is short. He's really short. So anyway, so I was all excited to see him, and I just looked at him.
It's not easy
he
being
just
our height,
started
I'll
being
tell you
Jack.
what.
He started being loud, obnoxious, showing off. And we had gone to this hotel on the strip in Cancun, and I see him climbing up the building. And I'm like, whoa, what's he doing? And he didn't stop. He just kept climbing
Then
up
he
the
did
building.
an Assassin's
like
Creed
Spider-Man.
dive off
you know,
the-
and I
the
looked at the
rooftop.
people around me now are looking, and
Little bale of hay.
I just met him. So they're like, is that your boyfriend or your husband or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what's he doing? I'm like, he forgot the keys. He's getting them. And somebody said, common sense. Why doesn't he just go to the front desk? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I go, it's the way he is. He got in, he got the keys, and you know, most people would go down. Nope. He had to come down the same way he went up.
Oh,
and now
Jesus
I'm totally
Christ.
freaking out. I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. And he's like, everybody thinks this is cool. And I'm like, oh, this guy's fucked up.
Soon, Jack rented a condo in Mexico, but in time, he was evicted from it after he was arrested for...
Honestly, sounds like me in my freshman year of college. Like, doing the stupidest shit in the world because I convinced myself in my head that everyone else thinks it's cool, even though it's the lamest thing imaginable. Like wearing my favorite Xbox game disc on a chain around my neck. Poor Jack just never had anyone to tell him that. My heart breaks for him. Thanks to the gift sub Atlanta and the Prime Travis, Zodiac, and the resub Error, Llama, Ironic, Drowsy, and Keegan.
selling drugs.
I wasn't there when it happened, but it was over drugs. He was arrested, he was put in jail. So I got the money together and I wired it and got him out. Typical Jack. Didn't tell me what happened, didn't thank me.
Oof.
Just told me that another fucking problem. That's his exact words. And that was when
so
I was
weird
getting
right there.
sicker.
Like a cryptid.
And he decided that I had to have been getting sick from the air conditioning down there. And that was when he decided that he was going to start a lawsuit against the condos. Now, he just got out of jail there at that condo where he just started trouble. And now he's going to sue them because I'm sick. Nothing was making sense. It was insanity. The next thing I knew, he's on the phone telling me, well, I'll have to put that on hold now because now I got to get out of here real quick. They want me out. Fuck them. I was going to leave anyway, but I'm suing them all. And I'm like, oh my God.
What a
Where
fucking
are you going? He goes, well, I
loser.
met this guy, Gringo Dave, who's got a really great mansion in Bacalar. He goes, it's in the jungle. It's still in Mexico, right? He goes, yeah. At the time, there was one road in and one road out. And it was a 3-hour drive in each direction. So he went down there and he fell in love with the place. And of course, it needed a lot of repairs, a lot of renovations. Jack worked night and day. He did everything to get that place into the place he made it finally. And it was a lot of work, a lot of work. He put in a complete plumbing system from the lake. There was maids coming and cleaning it twice a day. There was a housekeeper. There was bodyguards. There was a really good security system. It was great. It was beautiful. And one of the main things that he was obsessed with was keeping us safe. But he wanted to have broken glass on top of those walls with barbed wire and all that because he was always afraid somebody was going to try to scale it and come in and hurt us. We would have drills, but I would never know when they were coming either, just to make sure I was prepared. In the middle of the night, he would clap his hands like at 2 a.m, wake me up, say, we got to go, somebody's coming in. I didn't know. And he'd be like, we got to get right away, somebody's coming in. You know, and he had a gun underneath his pillow, and he grabbed the gun, you know, and it was, we're running down the steps, and of course, in the beginning, I thought it was real. And then I realized it was just drills, just to make sure we were prepared, because as the walls got higher, the paranoia grew with it. He would put a gun in a baggie to go take a shower. Nothing made any sense. In his mind, it was all perfectly normal. But
He looks perpetually like Ron Perlman trying to play like a character. It's hard to... It's like if Duke Nukem was played by Ron Perlman after like a bender. Like a week-long bender. Like everything about him is so cartoonish. It's weird. It's so eerie. Lou Ferrigno? No, it's definitely more like Duke Nukem-ish, Ron Perlman kind of vibes. Like, he actually just looks like a toy soldier. Like, Small Soldiers, the movie. He's like a little bite-sized Marine guy, but never a Marine. Only a chronic liar. Thanks to the resub, Racco, Blonde, and Geo. And Sawi and Bits Bryce. Wearing sunglasses, shirtless, inside, lifting weights. Every picture we've seen of him so far, except for maybe a couple, he has been wearing these shades. It's like a part of his body, like an extension of his eyes. I don't think we've seen his eyes more than twice in this entire hour-long video. He is always rocking these shades. A dollar store Dan Bilzerian. I wouldn't really say Dan Bilzerian. He doesn't really like have anything in common except being a loser. But at least Dan has all of his dad's money. Exit Prime, Race, and the resub Leon. Alright, give me 1 second. I heard Tiana just go to bed, so I'm gonna go say goodnight. Be right back. I'm back. Whoa. Thanks, a resub. KSD. Voanica, Big Money, Demon, Orpheus, Mineral, Funky, Turtle, and the Prime rack.
Take a shower. Nothing made any sense. In his mind, it was all perfectly normal. But it was just more paranoia on top of paranoia.
One of the only videos featuring Jack that's publicly available is called Jack Idema Christmas Katana.
I just watched that.
The blade in his backyard.
He'd be out there with a sword like that. And if I didn't play with him, that's what he would say. Come on out and play with me with your sword. Like little kids, you get dressed up and you play whatever cops and robbers.
That's
will play
sweet.
Swords. Get dressed up in your sword outfit. So I would stand out there for a few minutes, play swords, and then just put the sword down and go in the house. And he'd start screaming, yelling, ranting, raving, and run around and start chopping everything up. And then he'd put the music back on and play swords by himself.
It was around this time that Jack got started on his next business venture, a military air cargo company called Star Aviation.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
It never got off the air. And it was Jack's fault, nobody else's, because we had the meetings and everything else. We had the funding. We had all the DOD clearances.
How do they have the funding? This guy was literally convicted of lying about everything and spent years in jail. How would he secure funding? How does that happen? What the fuck? How? I don't get it. I don't know.
We had everything.
Things you said,
but
Mac.
Jack, as usual,
Craft.
He had the attention of a
Matt,
nanosecond.
Wood.
And everybody was invested in this.
Poison,
they were totally on board. So what does he do? He just throws it all aside and decides to open up a boat thing, boat rides.
He purchased a pontoon boat and started a company called Blue Lagoon Boat Tours. And he made a website for the business called oceans11mexico.com.
The boat tours, it had to be based on Jack Sparrow. And,
that's cool, though.
He had to act like, and he would actually stand in front of the mirror and act like that. Did I get it yet? Am I acting like him? Am I doing it right?
Jack flew a pirate flag over his compound.
She's mocking him, but that honestly just sounds cute.
That's because it sounded like a cool pirate name to him, and not as a tribute to the famed comedic actor.
He needed ID to go get the electric bill, the utilities bill put in his name. So he couldn't think of anything, and then he thought black sounded really cool and dark, so he'd use it.
By mid-2008, Jack had been living in Mexico for over a year, and nothing was working out. Star Aviation fell through, the boating business was not profitable, and he wasn't writing the book that he was given in advance for. Jack needed money, and luckily for him, he had a way to get it. His father, Herman John Idema, was 87 years old and in rough shape. Jack's father was born on August 21st, 1920, in Beacon, New York. He was a World War II veteran who fought in the Battle of Iwo Jima and became a builder and developer of exclusive neighborhoods in Poughkeepsie, New York. Jack was aware that his father would die soon, and he wanted to ensure that he would inherit his estate.
They had a falling out when
shit.
I took Mr. Idema, the older Mr. Idema, down to see Jack. They were fighting, and all Jack wanted was for Mr. Idema to just sign the building over to Jack. And John didn't want to do that to Jack. He didn't want to give Jack the building. He still wanted it in his name.
Jack wanted to inherit a company called Isabeau Dakota. Isabeau Dakota
Jack.
functioned as a shell company to conceal Jack's assets from creditors. Jack's father had given the building to him for his business ventures sometime in the 90s.
Well, his father absorbed a lot of the costs because anything affiliated with Isabeau Dakota, his father didn't want a bad credit rating and he didn't want to have any problems with the law or anything. Yeah, he owned the building, but he let Jack do whatever he wanted to do with it. It's a building in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and it consisted of 3 different dwellings, if you will, inside of it. And one was the Ultimate Pet Resort, one was the Bat Cave, where his home was, and then the other part was the kennel. He rented it out to a church, and the plan is to get the church to renovate the whole thing, pay for everything, do it, and then evict them. That didn't happen at the end, but that was his plan.
Jack came up with a plan to collect his inheritance. There were a few roadblocks which needed to be sorted out, such as his inability to step foot in the United States because of legal troubles. Therefore, Jack decided to get married to Penny in order to put everything in her name and to sidestep any legal issues preventing him from collecting his inheritance. On November 21st, 2008, Jack and Penny held a wedding ceremony at their compound in Bacalar. 3 days later, Jack's father died.
I was president, and then technically I was in charge of everything. And then obviously, if something happened to me, then the lawyers and Jack would have everything.
Soon, Jack was living the lifestyle you'd expect from every insane, drug-addled American living in a compound in the Mexican jungle to have. Flush with the money he inherited from his father's estate, he started using large amounts of anything he could get his hands on, such as cocaine, heroin, and booze.
His dealings
Sounds
with
about right.
the bizarre demographics of people that were coming in and out made it not happy. And that was also when his drinking and his drug use was increasing. So yeah, I would say that's when it got really bad.
In time, Jack lost interest in being intimate with Penny. He instead preferred to keep company with a young college student named Fernando and a transgender sex worker named Nancy. He started hosting all-night orgies at his compound, which he advertised on gay hookup sites.
Orgies?
How did you feel like when you actually realized that Jack was gay?
I guess it bothered me when I saw him making out with a man and he wasn't making out with me like that. I just felt like I couldn't compete. I definitely can't compete with a man. Forget women. I couldn't compete with a man. Because I pretty much resigned myself to the fact that this was just a marriage in name only, and I had to think about it and decompress when I got back and figure out what my next move was going to be. Didn't realize that was going to probably be the last time I'd ever see him good, before he had his near fatal accident.
Penny left Mexico with the intention of never seeing Jack again. But then the exact same day that she landed in Connecticut, Jack got into a life-threatening car accident. In the hospital, Jack called Penny's phone and said this.
Bueno?
Hello?
Hello?
Jack there?
Huh?
Jack?
Jack, oh, okay. Take the fucking board out. Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I leave everything to Penny. And you to manage it with her. Be good friends. I don't know about Nina. She was okay, but I think she's in the hospital too. I have a broken sternum, a collapsed lung, a broken arm, fractured T11, 12, 13, 14, L4 and 5. I have a broken right wrist, a broken clavicle, and I have a I have concussion. I have a fractured skull in the
Jesus Christ.
Chart. Oh my God. I have. No, guys, fuck. I'm going on with that. I fucking just put a patch on me in the fucking tube. And listen, cremation to it. I want to be cremated, okay? And if Nina dies, you put me in here in Sarge, okay?
Okay.
That's all he has to say?
I tell Penny she was... Tell Penny. She was right. She was right about everything. Her dream was right.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in the hospital in Kimball. I'm trying to get them to move me to a private hospital before I die because I have internal bleeding and they won't even look at it. I can feel it. I think I ruptured my spleen and also my kidney.
Okay, should I call the embassy and try to get the embassy involved?
No, I'd rather not die, okay? Just get a hold of Penny. This is the number. Stay on this number. You tape recorded this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I leave everything to Penny. You to manage it. Sell play in the house. Do well. And do start. Love you, man. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll take you to the private hospital, dude.
Jack called Dr. Phil.
When I was on my
Did
way
sound like
back
Dr. Phil.
to America, on his way back to Bacalar, he had that accident, and everything changed from that point on.
A few days later, Penny returned to Mexico to take care of Jack and to help him rehabilitate. Jack started to abuse the pain medication he was prescribed to, as well as illegal drugs and alcohol. The situation was grim. Jack was miserable, bitter, unthankful, and constantly high. Penny was losing patience. And then she started to feel ill.
I was getting sicker, and he decided that I should go be tested for HIV. To my surprise, he wanted to get the same test. I thought that was odd. I thought all this was odd. We got tested, and the results came back, and they were positive for HIV.
God, what the fuck?
And I wanted to make sure what I was hearing was proper because I didn't think it was right. But Dr. Dennis said that Jack was going to get worse, but I could go home and I could get better. And Jack freaked out. Jack just went ballistic. He took the phone, he broke it, and I honestly thought I was going to die. That was all I thought. I went home. I got to get away. I was quiet. I told just a select few people that I had this. Then I called up Jack and told him how sick I was, and I just collapsed. Jack wanted me down there immediately. He also didn't want me, and he kept saying, I hope you're not telling anybody. I hope you're not telling anybody. And of course, I did tell some people. Actually, what I did do was I started therapy. I stayed with my local HIV. That's when I started up with my local HIV/AIDS group, and I started going to support groups. I needed help. I couldn't tell him that because I wasn't allowed to say anything, but I needed help. I was scared. And I went to a great support group, and they helped me. You know, they were helping me, and all of them said, don't go back. Don't go back. He's evil. He's going to kill you. Don't go back. Well, Nina and Tinka were there. I had to get them. Nina is the dog that was rescued from Afghanistan that came to me, and Tinka was our Mexican kitty. So in July, I made plans to go back. I walked into the house, and it was different. Everything was different. It wasn't clean like it used to be. There was dead flies everywhere. The door was broken. Everything was dirty. You could smell sweat, alcohol. It was just disgusting. And he just looked at me, and he was happy to see me, but his eyes were just black. He looked like he had been up for days. He reeked of alcohol, cigarettes. Natalie, the maid, she was telling me other people were coming too. So everything was there, and they were getting worse, and everybody was still coming in. All of the sex fest constant, it was worse than ever. Okay, and how many people have got this now? My plan was
Christ, he just tested positive for HIV.
When I say that was the plan, if you can understand this and try to wrap your brain around this, the plan involved killing Jack and getting my dog and my cat. So I went into the bedroom. I took the gun out from underneath the pillow, and he was at the computer. He turned right around, and he saw me aiming at him, and I was screaming at him. He was screaming at me. And I said, you took my life. I'm going to take yours. The gun went off. I don't really know what the hell happened, but he grabbed me, and he started hitting my head into the marble stone, whatever the heck the place was made of.
Shit!
Just kept hitting my head into it nonstop. I was in so much pain, I just collapsed. He picked me up, threw me in the extra bedroom, started smacking me really hard, beating me, and I just didn't think I was gonna make it. I'm on the office floor. I pick up the phone. I call my girlfriend, and I called her, and she picks up the phone, and she's like, what? I go, Jack's trying to kill me. I need you to call the embassy. Call Ed Carabella. I said, call him. I need to get out of the house. He's going to kill me. Jack grabbed the phone. He said, who the fuck did you call? Blah, 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 blah. And he's hitting me. He throws me into the bedroom. And he takes the Nublafena, and he injects me with it. Not just one shot, 2 shots. I am out of it. The next day, as he said, he wanted to play Rambo. So I'm petrified of mice. So he put a couple in a bag and put them over my head with the bag. And I fainted. And now I've got like bites on me. My head's still killing me, by the way, from having it slammed. And my eye was so messed up. So I was freaking out. So he took the cuffs off. He started being nice. And he said, you know, just tell me who you're working with.
She went back for the animals.
I wasn't working with anybody. Okay, again, the paranoia was kicking in. He was messed up, completely messed up. The Noblefina he was putting in me, he was putting 10 times in himself. Plus he was doing coke, he was doing everything. He was drinking like there was no tomorrow.
I will never understand the human body. Sometimes people will eat like an expired grape and fucking die on the spot. Meanwhile, this guy is injecting himself with 10x the like necessary dosage of a pretty hardcore substance, as well as doing coke and heroin, and doesn't die. all while having untreated HIV as well. How the fuck does that happen? That blows my mind. This is crazy. Yeah, I know, like, tolerance and everything, but even still, that's so superhuman. Fuck me, man. What a crazy turn. Well, I guess it's not even like an unexpected turn from the story. Jack's entire life has just been an absolute tragedy of his own making. Just an absolute fucking disaster. Like an actual biologically bred loser in every category. Just an actual piece of shit from top to bottom. Thanks to the resub Beans and Godeth and the gift sub Crack. Jack is a superhuman whose blood consists of 100% drugs. I guess so, man. There's just more coke than water in his body. Like, it blows my mind. I actually just don't believe it.
He was messed up. So this went on for a couple of days. Again, nobody's at the house. And then finally, so he comes up and he says, he's like, there's 2 fucking bastards downstairs you've got to talk to. My friend got in touch with Ed Carabella and he called the Mexican embassy and he told them what was going on. And there was 2 guys to come to get me. They came to check the situation to see if I was there to get me out of the house. So I wanted to tell them, but he had his gun in his pocket. He goes, you say anything. He goes, I'm going to shoot you and them. He would have, definitely. One was translating, and he kept staring at me, and he kept asking me, and he goes, you all right? I go, I'm fine. Everything's fine. We just had a fight. You know, we're married. We fight. He goes, you really all right? And Jack's like, who the fuck reported this? Why are you here? So the guy goes, we're just here, you know, we're just checking to make sure. He goes, no, I want to know who the fuck reported this. And so he's like, we were just making sure. Somebody said they heard an American woman screaming, which sounds reasonable because I was screaming. So as we start walking towards the door, the guy that wasn't speaking Spanish, that was speaking English to me, goes over to me, he goes, it's really good to meet you. And he put his hand out. When he put his hand out, I grabbed his hand and I took my fingernails and I stuck them in his hand. So we realized what was going on. So he held on to my hand for a minute. Jack goes, what the fuck's going on? And he just went like this. He squeezed them back like he knew I was in trouble and he was going to get me out.
Kind of galaxy brain.
Okay. So they left. Jack made sure they were out. He was furious. He just kept putting buckets upon buckets of water over my fucking head. I thought he was going to drown me, and he said he wanted to take me out in the back, but he was afraid somebody'd see. So he was going to wait till I died, and then he was going to drop me in the cenote. He already told me that, and plus I already knew because I heard it on the phone. He just kept doing that, and he kept asking me the same fucking questions. Who did I work for? Who sent me there? I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't work for any of these people. I don't know these people. Yes,
I still can't believe he ever got out of jail to begin with. I really can't.
No. Okay, you took my life. Yeah, I was going to kill you, but because you gave me HIV/AIDS. Not because of anything else. Not these people. I have nothing to do with these people. Yes, you do. And he just kept going.
He's the
and
Prime
going
XC and the resub.
and going.
Rob RY and the Prime Chick P.
I just kept hoping that those guys would come back because I really thought that guy was going to come back. But it seemed like he wasn't going to come back. And then I heard a really familiar voice. He's like, Plumber. He's like, didn't you go back to America? Jack said you go back to America. I'm like, no, I can't get out of here. And he's like, what do you mean? I go, I can't leave. He's gonna kill me. So he knew what was going on. He goes, I'll get you out. So this went on. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning. He comes back and the door opens and he grabs me. He goes, let's go. I go, let me go get Tinka. He goes, no. I go, but Nina and Tinka, I came back for them. He goes, you gotta go, come on. He goes, I can't save you if you don't come. I had to leave them. So we're running, and his helpers are trying to distract Jack. And the plumber gets me in his car. He takes me into the middle of Bacalar. He said, go to the hotel. He goes, use a different name. He goes, you stay there. He goes, I'll call police. He goes, you call police, you call people in America. He goes, you gotta get out of here. You can't stay here. He goes, I'll get you out. He goes, just let the police come. Go to the police.
I feel like any minute now, though, Jack's gonna OD and die.
They interrogated me. They asked
There's
me
no way he has
if-
long left.
And there was a whole language problem. If I would strip, and I did. I totally stripped. They took an internal. They took tons of pictures, everything. They said that was the only way they could press charges, and that's fine. They had to do that. And
shit got
they
so
pressed
dark.
charges, and they put me under
And that's
protective
what happens
custody.
with a man who has
And they
unchecked
said that they
mental
were
illness
gonna
his
take
entire
me
fucking
Monday to
life.
the
Is a
airport.
chronic
They
liar
got
and
me to the airport,
absolute piece of shit.
And they told me really quick,
You should have never got out of jail.
Airport, just stay there.
He literally tortured
Exchange
people
your
pretending
money,
to be a
get
fucking
out,
secret
don't come
agent.
back. You're gonna be killed if you come back. I was so happy to be home in America, but the next business day, it wasn't bad, but it was all over the Mexican news. So he was furious because they were getting ready to put him under house arrest, and he was over the top.
Jack Edema is back in the news. Noah Schachtman over at the indispensable Danger Room blog calls our attention to the fact that Jack Edema has resurfaced, apparently holed up in a house in Mexico. According to local news reports, local police in Mexico want very much police to talk to him about accusations that he held people in his house against their will.
I thought that was when the nightmare ended.
I love the
It
title of that story. World's creepiest guy is back. Or returns. So even like during his reign of infamy, he was still viewed as an absolute sleazy, creepy guy. This man has been a loser his entire fucking life. What an outrageous piece of shit.
That he held people in his house against their will.
I thought that was when the nightmare ended. It just
Here's
began.
your Josh
The
and breath.
harassment, the stalking, the non-stop freaking calls, threats, the messages
Here's
to my
some torn.
parents. Yeah, non-stop harassment.
After Penny escaped, she couldn't afford her HIV medication. This was because Jack put credit cards in her name and ran up a lot of debt, which he refused to pay back. Additionally,
Of course he did.
since she was the president of Isabeau, Dakota, the medication she needed was not covered. Therefore, Penny emailed Jack's lawyers, asking them to remove her name from the company and for her credit cards to be paid off. She gave them a deadline to fulfill her request. If not met, she threatened to dispose of corporate assets in order to satisfy her debts. In response, Jack wrote, "There is no more vindictive, treacherous bitch in the entire world beyond you." After the deadline
Christ.
passed, Penny sold the deed of the Isabeau, Dakota building for $10. In retaliation, Jack, along with loyal fans he met online, posted revenge porn
What?
of Penny to blogs,
What?
pictures which they also sent to her parents.
Jack all started these.
What fans could he have possibly garnered while fucked up beyond belief for what? How long has this been now? Like a year? How was their fan? I guess when like they talk about him as the world's creepiest guy, people must have like been a fan or something. I guess I have no fucking clue. That blows my mind though. Unless it was people like ironically pretending to like Jack. Alarming amount of psychopaths like this guy. Yeah, but they're not watching World's Creepiest Guy segments on Fox News. Or whatever that was. There's a tier 1 Rolly and the tier 1 Ember. Maybe subatomic. But he's an American hero, bro. Even if anyone remembered him from that shit, all he was being talked about as was the world's creepiest guy now. So I don't think that would even work. He's the prime Snooey. People obsess over serial killers? Yeah, I know that. The true crime weirdos. I know that, but like he's not even a serial killer. He's just a serial liar who pretended to be a G.I. Joe, Navy SEAL, super specialist, spec ops, whatever. Like, he didn't even do anything besides, like, pretend to be those things and then torture people in Afghanistan. And all of his stories are, like, actual fanfic. So he didn't do anything. Like, all the true crime people probably still would have made fun of him, too. He pretended to be that creepypasta. He literally became that creepypasta incarnate. And even looks like the caricature you would picture when reading it in your head. Needs to read some otherworldly. If he was that slick, then there are people out... Oh, sick. If he was that sick, there are people just like him out there. Yeah, but they don't usually find each other through MSNBC segments called World's Creepiest Guy, I don't think. Paintballers be like, yeah, he changed the game. Yeah, apparently he was really influential in paintball. Like, the only thing he did that was, like, outside of pretending to be a G.I. Joe. Revenge porn fans, maybe? I guess maybe, but Oki said that he posted that before doing the revenge porn shit. I don't know. It's still, and I can't wrap my head around that. Like, I understand the serial killer true crimes people, but, like, an actual chronic, perpetual loser, I don't know who, like, gets infatuated.
Blogs about me being a whore, Penny's a whore, putting up pornographic pictures and everything else, and wound up that we started fighting in court over the Isabeau Dakota building and my name on that stuff, and I wound up doing the right thing. I turned the building over to Harvest Ministries. I didn't get a cent. Harvest Ministries deserved it. They fixed it up. I wasn't going to let Jack and them take it from them. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted to do the right thing, and I did. In 2012, I got a call. Well, I was talking to Jack honestly back and forth. It was just screaming and yelling, and it was like, I guess maybe he thought I would go back. I don't know, or what. I mean, by then it was just too messed up and everything was out, and we were in litigation. And finally, that was it until January of 2012. We talked, and I knew what was coming. We talked on Skype for the last time, and I said, you know what's going to happen. He knew what was going to happen, and
probably the last time anyone used Skype.
He said he was sorry. He hopes I could forgive him, and I said, yeah, but I really can't. I don't know, whatever. And I said, I'll see you on the other side. And I said, I'll call you Friday night. And he said, well, that may not happen. And I did try to call, but the phone just kept ringing. And he was dead the next day. So.
How did you feel?
Relieved.
Yeah, it sounds like good news.
Sad, relieved.
You still loved him at that time?
Up until then. Now I hate him. Now I see that at the time I didn't realize, but he messed the 6th nerve palsy in my eye, killed it. And it just sort of floats into my nose, all like goes over to my nose, and I can't control it. And I have intense headaches. And also, as a result of what he did to me, not only the eye problem, but because of that, I also am now on seizure medicine. And I'm also on a blood thinner because I had a blood clot go into my brain because of the eyes and the seizures. There you go. So I also wound up with not only this eye problem, seizures that I have to be on medication for the rest of my life on, and warfarin for blood clots for the rest of my life, and HIV medicine, which once you get to the HIV, you have to go on meds for the rest of your life. So, yeah, that was that. And I'll add that...
It all started from letters to Jack.
He put me
fucking
in
unlucky.
just a bad way. It did nothing for my self-esteem, killed my relationships with my family. Yeah. And I don't know. Just, I can't change anything. And I'm not, I don't miss him. But
Rom and Retro, there's some Chrono.
Yeah. It is
Sonic
what it is.
and Hydro.
There's one last question I have for you, Penny.
Sure.
When I first talked to you and when you sent me the files,
there was something that you kept mentioning is very important. And it was the birthday video. You tell me about the birthday video.
That birthday video, really, I wasn't there, and it was his birthday video, and it was the last birthday before he had another birthday, but it was the video before the birthday before he died, and I wished I could have been there. But the reason why I like it, and it's so important to me, is because that's what I remember him to be. Happy, funny, laughing, Nina getting all excited. And he made that video for me because I couldn't be there. That was what I wanted. That was what, yeah, I know we had this terrible thing, but maybe if he had just told me, maybe we could have done something together. Maybe we could have had all that. That's the Jack I want to remember. The happy one that was laughing, that was the good Jack. That was everything good. And maybe people will say, well, you're an idiot, you shouldn't say that. But that was the Jack I want to remember. The happy one, being silly, somebody pushing his head, anybody touch him. There was times if you touch him, you better run because he's going to kill you. But it was the funny, happy Jack, carefree, somebody pushing his head in a face in the cake, laughing, Nina getting all excited.
Oh, Nina.
That was good times. Those were the people at that point I cared about. I thought that was going to be my new family, my new life. That's what I want to remember. But it's hard with all this bad and what was left. What he left me with and what I remember are two different things. That's my story.
Thank you, Penny.
Christ.
Thank you.
Well, I'll remember Jack as an absolute massive piece of shit.
Oh, God, that was hard. Okay,
His
guys,
entire
we are
life, he
done.
lived a lie of fanfic of a G.I. Joe super soldier. Damn, Oki went so deep into this. That whole Penny interview is wild. He did such a great job of conducting that interview. What an incredible story Oki told here.
It's tradition, it happens on everybody's birthday. That's why I say.
These are some balls, Bromwell, and the Prime Fierce, and just some icing on. He flew to meet her for it? Yeah, I know, I heard.
Get one wish, mate, just one wish. Uno nada más, uno nada más.
No, Oki only makes masterpieces, man. Oki will spend 6 months on a video and drop one of the hottest bangers of all time. Oki's also the one behind the secret space program. Well, he didn't make the cult, but like he was the one that like brought the secret space program to the public eye. God damn.
Hey, Penny.
Hi.
So you saw the documentary. What did you think?
I loved it. I'm so pleased with the documentary. I think it was really, really articulate. I think it was well thought of. It was well researched. It picks up where a lot of the magazine articles and the editorials and all the little snippets that somebody would say about him on TV, especially after he passed away. I think it just clarifies everything.
I'd never heard of him.
You see the depth of the deceit. I think you bring to light the extent of the cons and how the litigation, because they say he's a serial litigator, I've said it. But when you actually look at all the cases in detail, and he was always suing somebody, even when he was incarcerated, he was suing. But
all right,
unless
Penny, let's be real here. He was never like incarcerated. That prison he went to was literally like band camp. This dude had a suite with his friends, and they just played games and drank. He was posting videos while in jail. Like, I'm not surprised he was able to keep suing while in that prison. I don't understand. That actually looked better than almost every New York City apartment I've ever seen in a video. Like, he was living a lavish life while in jail. That shit looked like straight out of Baki the Grappler with, what's his name? Beef Oliver? Oliver something? I forgot his name. But that shit was crazy.
somebody does, like you did,
Biscuit
documentary
Oliver.
of it.
Biscuit Oliver.
Nobody
yeah,
really
yeah.
realizes how insane it was until you actually spell it out in 90 some odd minutes.
A couple months ago, you mentioned some really terrific news that you currently have no trace of HIV in your system. Am I correct?
So ever since everything was really bad in 2010 and I was pretty much next to dead and I had a lot of illnesses to battle over the years, I've come to a point now in the last couple of years, definitely, where my blood work was stabilized. And the only reason that it was disturbed at all was because, of course, COVID. And yeah, but now, as long as I eat properly and I exercise and just basically live good and my numbers are good. My CD4 count is above 1,200, which is outrageous. That's great. That's good. That's better than even a regular person that has nothing wrong with them. So I'm kicking butt on that. And I'm undetectable, which means I have no trace of HIV in my system as long as I adhere to my medications and, do all the right things that you're supposed to do. But it was a long struggle to get there. And that could always change if something else, an opportunist infection, hits me, as COVID did. And by the way, I was fully vaccinated. So it happens to a lot of people. It wasn't just me.
After you watched the documentary, you told me that there were a couple people that you wanted to make sure to thank.
Right when everything really was bad and I exited Mexico and everything was falling around me and I was lost and I had no direction, and Jack, his little disciples, his lawyers, the Jack Idema fan club are coming at me.
I can't believe that existed.
Sir Edward Artis and Robert Pelton reached out to me, and they were just such guiding forces in my life. They kept me together. They worked with me.
Bro, shout outs to Edward Artis. He was the first one in this documentary that immediately called Jack exactly what he was. Just a serial bullshit artist, scumbag loser. Artis has hated this man for, this is 2012 she's talking about, so for exactly like 10 years now, right? So Artis was on that grind. He knew from the get-go, like right off rip. Artis knew, he pinned him right away. Shout out Ed Artis.
To get through all this, they just gave me so much support. Again, they're the reason why I'm doing so well today.
So Penny, any final thoughts?
This really is important, and I don't like talking about it. But the reason why this HIV is really hard for me is because my numbers may not be good all the time. And the thing Jack took for me more than anything, yeah, he took all that other stuff, and yeah, whatever, I can't get it back. But the one thing he took from me that I have to live with every single day of my life is he took the gift of intimacy for me. I'm afraid to get next to somebody else, even if my numbers are good, because I am so afraid. Even with condoms and all that, I am deathly afraid of being close to someone. He just killed that for me, because I know what it felt like to have somebody give me this, and I am deathly afraid of being close to somebody. And he just totally took that from me, because in my mind, I know that, there's protection and all that, but it's just, I'm always afraid. What if my numbers aren't good? What if there's an accident? What if a condom breaks? What if? And he destroyed that for me. I mean, I am just deathly afraid of being close to people. I mean, sexually, and even trusting people in a relationship, because once you've been hurt, like I've been hurt, and I know a lot of women will understand this. Once you've trusted somebody so much with everything, and they abuse you and hurt you so badly and so personally, you never recover from that. You just never recover. You never do. All the therapy, it helps. And you think you might be okay and you might be able to do it. But once you get too close to somebody and all your guards come down and you start thinking, oh, I can be really close again, and You just think about what happened when you were really close to somebody and you think, I can't go through that hurt again. And that's it. That was what he took from me more than anything.
That sounds about par for
I
the
don't
course with
trust
everything that we learned
people the
about
way I
Jack.
used to at all, and forget about relationships. Yeah, some of them might work and they might not. And I'm willing to try, but inevitably Jack will pop his subliminal ugly head into my relationship. And there's always that call, there's always that chat that you got to have with somebody about this whole HIV thing, and it's the deal breaker. You know, even if you're safe, some people just don't want no part of it. And it's just a constant thing. You got to work on it every single day. And anybody living with HIV will tell you the same thing. You know, they try not to be conscious of it. We try just to go on with our lives. It doesn't define us, but we live with it every single day. And to have that in your mind constantly, knowing if you do this or you do that, you got to be really careful. And, you know, it's just difficult. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to be close to people. And it's very difficult to, you're remembering it every single day. Maybe for a second, maybe not really that long, but it's there every single day. When you take that pill, you remember every day. Ooh, yeah, can't forget that pill. Forget that pill. I'm not going to be undetectable. I'm going to be detectable.
So that reminds me of a question I had that I always forget to ask. Magic Johnson. I remember not too long ago there's like a thing that came out about him being like completely free of HIV/AIDS. Is that undetectable like she's talking about, or is he like fully cured? Does anyone know? Because I keep forgetting to look it up. Undetectable. Okay. Can't get fully cured. All right, that's yeah. I didn't know because I remember it being like a really big article, like with Magic Johnson in particular, and I didn't know if it was undetectable or if it was like cured. They're getting close to a cure. I want to hear Kaya's opinion on this man, who on Jack Edema. Kaya would absolutely look at him as like a fucking lolcow. This dude's entire life was built around fanfic that he made in his head. But since he was pre-internet era, he was able to convince plenty of people that it was legitimate. So he literally conned his way into like a secret service role in Afghanistan and then tortured people. He's just a giant piece of shit and his entire life is a joke. Magic was one of the earlier ones to become undetected. That's why it was so big. Is that what it was about? Because I thought it had to do with like a cure or something. But again, I never like looked into it, so I don't really know. Is it Prime Divine? HIV used to be a death sentence. Oh, I know that. I mean, that's ultimately what killed Freddie Mercury, right? Like, they've come a long way with the treatment and everything. I just didn't know if it was, like, the undetectable thing, like she's mentioning, or if they, like, actually fucking cured it. I didn't know that. That's why I was asking. And no, we're not doing Weed Shop tonight. After this, though, I am going to go get the 360 out. They probably sensationalized it. Well, either way, I think it's still a huge, like, stride. Like, a huge step in the... like a big direction. Even if it's not fully cured, like being undetectable is still great. Aaron got first place at Orlando GG. Goblin got second. Hey, fuck yeah. A moist finals. I'll definitely have to check the VOD.
Yeah, it's just, you gotta, it stays with you.
It's a good story.
Doing this documentary gives me a voice. Unless somebody does, like you did, a documentary of it, nobody really realizes how insane it was until you actually spell it out.
Yeah, I'd never heard of this guy.
90 some odd minutes.
Ever.
Thank you to all of my patrons who've helped make this
What a
documentary possible.
crazy
I've spent
fucking
several
ride.
months and thousands of dollars on this project, and I probably won't even make a quarter of it back
Holy
relying
shit.
on YouTube ad revenue alone. I love making documentaries. I love taking the time it takes to make them as good as possible, but at this point, it's starting to seem very unsustainable. Therefore, I'm hoping to hit a goal of $3,000 a month on Patreon by relying on the good faith of the people who've been watching and enjoying my content all this time. So there's perks. You get director's commentary on all of my videos, uncut interviews, early access to my videos, early cuts of my projects, your name at the end of each video, as well as a digital comic tied to my Secret Space Program video, which features me as a
so
space
good.
samurai fighting Kevin Spacey's clone in outer space.
For those that don't remember, this is from the Secret Space Program video. That's the one that you guys might remember, where it's a group of people, and they have an internet presence, that believe that they were abducted as children and forced to fight in an intergalactic war against the Nazis. And there's vampires, there's werewolves, immortal gladiator super soldiers. It's so good. And Oki convinced them for his documentary. He convinced them that he was an ancient samurai, and they even called him to like one of their conventions to speak and tell their story, or tell his story. And he brought up Mr. Beast, saying that Mr. Beast funded him as a samurai or something like that. I'm foggy on the details, but he fought Kevin Spacey. It's so good. It's so good.
So yeah, please help me reach my goal of $3,000 a month on Patreon. And with that, I can continue to pursue what I'm passionate about.
That's the video
and
right there.
Make my work even bigger and better. All links are in the description box below. And as always, until next time.
That's all you need to know now.
Thanks, Resub Unreal. In the tier 1 sniff wet paint, and Resub Chronics, your boy, and the gift sub of LASO. God, that was so good. It's Oki's Weird Stories. Are you still in the chat, Oki? Probably not. It's been like 2.5 hours now on this. It's so good, man. There's so much to digest here, man. There's a Prime Venom. Not even subbed. I'm not on my account. The guy deserves so much credit. I think Oki makes the best documentaries on YouTube. Like, bar none. I don't think there's any YouTuber that goes as hard as Oki does. I really don't. At least I can't think of any. Atrocity Guide. I love Atrocity Guide, but I still think what Oki does is a step above. So he flew out to meet Penny to interview her about her experience while married to Jack, to get an even deeper perspective on it. Like, that's more than just looking up the information. Like, in the beginning of the documentary, he went out and fished the actual documents, fished other people that even adjacently knew Jack, such as his cellmate here, Ron. And then look at all of these files that he was able to accumulate and digest and put into this. So it was more than just Google searching. And I'm not saying that's all Atrocity Guide does, or Fillion, or anyone, but like, he was doing more than just looking at already existing evidence. He was literally providing the evidence. Like, he went actual detective. Where did he show like his massive stack of papers that he was going through in the beginning? It was somewhere in this ballpark, right? I thought. Man, I feel like I just watched like 2 movies worth of like story and narrative. Oh, here it is. There's only some of it. Just going through like the cold hard facts folder. Thanks to tier 1 booty and the gift sub Joseph. Who still uses a fax machine? I don't know, it's not a fax machine. It's a super scanner 3D printer. I don't know, man. I don't know why he's using a fax machine. Thanks to Prime. Tronald and Weirdo. Basically, investigative journalism without funding from a media company. Amazing work by Oki. Yeah, exactly that. No, we're not doing Wheat Shop tonight. Not tonight. There's a crazy amount of effort put into this. Do you think he'll get hired by a major news outlet? From what I remember, I believe Oki said he has a dream of doing this independently and producing like big documentaries on his own. I don't think he wants to be picked up by like an agency or anything like that or any conglomerate. I'm pretty sure he wants to continue to pump some really high quality stuff out as his own pieces. Hire Oki for moist journalism. That'd be cute. There's a prime tuna. Will you use Johnson in the LASO run? Yeah, so for the bounty, I learned two things. Halo 2 Anniversary, to do the bounty that I put, is going to be significantly harder than doing Halo 2 Classic. Even still, they're very difficult. But Halo 2 Classic has two advantages, one being the tick rate is lower, which means the enemies shoot a bit slower. In Halo 2 Anniversary, they fucked up and made the tick rate much faster, so the enemies are constantly dumping mag on you, and you just die instantly. In Halo 2 Classic, there's also something called ghosting, which is a glitch you can use to help out on some of the missions. So Halo 2 Classic is absolutely going to be where someone's going to get the closest to completing the bounty. Oh, you subbed him? I already am on main channel, but yeah, here, just for this, here, I'll help pump up the numbers. This is just my Moist Clips channel. I'm not subbed to anyone on it now, except for Oki. Thanks for resub, Larry. I love the Halo 2 challenge. Bro, so I still watch the streams. There's only one streamer that I have seen get past level 1 for the bounty, and it's Dravolin. He's the only one that's even getting close, and even he said it's like a 2% chance he pulls it off. So I think it's going to be pretty tough. It might be a little while. Alright, let me go get that 360 out real quick. Let me dust that shit off. I think it's actually like right over here. Alright, baby. I got it. Yeah. What's the occasion? Oh, I'm going to start doing some of the LASO runs myself. Thanks to the bits of bungie. No, it won't be hard to make the 360 work. I got the HDMI 360, so I don't have the blue, red, yellow cables or whatever. So it won't be hard. Thanks to the Prime, Peter. Pray you won't see the death ring? No, it'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. Thanks, resub Nate. Can't use the flashlight anyway since Envy is off in the playlist. I can't get past the first 3 rooms. Yeah, most people can't get past the first 3 rooms. What do you mean you can't use the flashlight? When you have Envy off, you can use the flashlight. It's not going to make you invisible. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 20 gift subs, Mr. Max TV. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you for the big drop. Hope you're having a good night. You hear Diablo Immortal might get banned in China for the social media account making fun of the president. What? There's a social media account in Diablo Immortal that's making fun of the president? Doesn't make any sense. Blizzard is like owned 80% by Tencent. I find that really hard to believe. What the fuck is this? Oh. Figured it out. Thanks to the resub. Bolivares. It's true. I'll look it up in just a sec. Is that a GameStop Xbox? I got this at a, like a reseller. Like the ones that refurbish old consoles and sell them. So they had like Nintendo 64s and all that shit, and then they had a nice Xbox 360. I actually got this back in like October when Jackson and I were having our achievement competition. And then we just stopped having that competition, so I haven't had to use it, or haven't gotten to use it. He's resub Tommy and Scuffed, the Prime Flint and Whiskey. Not the original 360, some pussy shit. I have the original 360 right there, but it uses the blue, green, and I think it's blue, green, and red component cables. So I obviously can't stream from that. Right, let me get the Halo 2 out. I still have my collector's edition of Halo 2. It's so fucking cute. I kept it all these years. It came with the DVD. That was the saddest moment of the night. Unlucky. That landed right under my chair as I rolled it. Why does this happen? Okay, it wasn't the game disc though. That'll be alright. Yeah, but it had this limited collector's disc that had like the making of the music and all that shit. It was so cool. Alright, let's fucking ride. Okay, how do I open the disc tray on this? Oh, I see, it's touch. Oh, I also here, someone's welcome to use this if you want. See if this is still good 18 years later if you want a free Slurpee. Where's the code? It expires on December 31st, 2005, but you might be able to haggle. Tell me you're in like the hyperbolic time chamber or something. Where's the code? Oh, you have to scan it here. I don't know if you can like grab a barcode and use it, but there you go. You can give that a try. Oh, the original soundtrack. I forgot how much this came with. Then there's like the in-game manual. Oh my god, this is so nostalgic. I haven't actually opened this collector's thing in so long. What's this? Conversations from the Universe. There's like a little lore thing. Okay, let's see if this worked. Thanks to the resub Ninja and the Prime Levy. I don't see why this wouldn't work. Oh, let's go! Easy. Yeah, okay, that worked. Oh, maybe not. There we go. Okay. Let me pull up the LASO route here with the ghosting. Man, what the fuck? Thanks to the resub. YOLO and Skinny and the Prime Ender and the gift sub Dirty. Oh, also let me switch categories real quick before I forget. This doesn't use ghosting. You know what? Hey, let's just hit it raw. Let's see if I can figure this out. Oh man, this is the saddest moment of the night. There's no batteries in this computer. It's not super loud for me, sorry. I didn't know. The audio is out of phase. What does that mean? I'm listening to it on stream. It sounds fine. I'm listening to it on stream. It sounds fine. Yeah, it sounds fine. What's wrong? Sounds like 480p. Bro, this game is from 2004. Of course it's 480p. Is there USBs on a 360? Does anyone know? Doesn't look like it. Do I have any batteries I can just take from in here? I don't feel like going downstairs. Oh, let's go. Battle Beaver coming in clutch. Oh, what am I doing? Hopefully you couldn't see that on stream. Alright, let's ride. Thanks to resub Krez and Stizzy. I just gotta sync this. Can we play zombies in a custom game? Actually, you can't play online multiplayer on this anymore. Wow, this is a kind of a yucky controller, I'm not gonna lie, but alright. It's like super sticky. Like every button is just like, it goes down and it doesn't come up. It's like covered in honey. I don't understand, but I'll make it work. At least for tonight. Thanks, resub Coke. You should also play Gears while the 360's out. Oh, I will, just not tonight. Like I said, I was always gonna bust this bad boy out for some nostalgia gaming nights. This feels good. A nice, crisp 360p, just the way God intended. This is how I want to play my Halo 2. My monitor resolution is so high that the text was damn near unreadable for me there. And that's what I like.
There was only one ship.
One? Are you sure?
Yes. They called it the Pillar of Autumn.
Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet?
It fled as we set fire to their planet.
God, this is so fucking
all
good.
the ships in my command.
Yep, it's LASO.
When you first
But I just realized I'm going to have to find the skulls. Shit. So I have to do a normal playthrough to get the skulls, and then do my LASO runs. Fuck, okay.
Noble hierarchs, surely you understand that once the parasite attacked,
there will be order in this council.
You were right to focus your attention on the flood. But this demon, this Master Chief...
by the time I learned the demon's intent,
Ah,
there's nothing I could do.
that was unlucky. Alright, so I'm getting the groundwork in. No, I've already beaten this on Legendary, like, even just a year and a half ago on stream. It's hard, but super doable. LASO is what makes it impossible.
One of our most treasured instruments. Long have you led your fleet with honor and distinction. But your inability to safeguard Halo was a colossal
Oh, is it quiet now?
Nay, it was heresy.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
No, you will not. Soon the great journey shall begin. But when it does, the weight of your head...
Playing this back, I realized that Halo 2 Anniversary also upgrades the visuals for Classic. Because this is looking like real, like, deep fried. But it also might just be the discrepancy between the native 480p and my monitor.
The plating was about to fail. There's viscosity throughout the gel layer. Optics, totally fried. And let's not even talk about the power supply. You know how expensive this gear is, son?
Tell that to the Covenant.
Well, I guess it was all obsolete anyway. Your new suit's a Mark 6. Just came up from Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades. Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top.
Hey, trust me,
left,
sir, my
now
targeting's
look
gonna
at
be
the bottom
trash.
left.
I don't
Alright,
use
look at the
controller
top
for, like,
right again.
anything
That's
except
it. Now
Souls
the bottom
games.
one.
This is gonna be miserable.
Everything checks out.
Oh, I'm
Stand
gonna get
by.
fucking
I'm
clapped.
gonna offline the inhibitors. Move around a little. Get a feel for it. When you're ready, come meet me by the zapper.
Oh, wait, what? I'm gonna have to get another controller, like, ASAP. I actually can't fully turn right. I really don't know why this is covered in, like, actual molasses. There has to be USB ports on a 360. Let me check the back. There is. Okay. Alright, I'm about to upgrade this 360 to the 21st century using an Xbox Series X controller here. Let's see how this goes. It's gonna fucking blow it up, I bet. Yep, that's not working. Alright. Okay, let's go back one more console generation. I think I have an Xbox One controller somewhere. Give me 1 sec. Let me see if I can find one. You're enjoying ad. Give me 1 second. Okay. No dice. I'll have to make do. Unlucky. Thanks to resub Nick, Shower Beer, and the Bits Krogel. I'll have to get like an actual controller that works tomorrow. Why not just play the game on the Series X that has backwards compatibility? Like I can play Halo 2 on the Series X? Nah, I don't believe you. That's a Microsoft employee trying to lie to me again. So like if I was to play the original Gears of War for the 360 on a Series X, would I be able to join into like 360 lobbies? Then why didn't it work when I tried with Skate 3? Need the actual disc since it was replaced with the Ultimate Edition, but yeah. So why didn't it work with Halo 3? Or, sorry, Skate 3, not Halo 3. Skate 3. Because the Skate 3 servers are dead. So that was just a problem with the game, not the platform. Well, all right. Damn, I didn't know that. So I can put the 360 disc in the Series X and it'll work? Or sorry, not the 360. The Xbox original disc. Not the 360. Not the 360. The original Xbox disc. Okay, fuck it. I mean, I literally can't turn right, so this isn't going to work very well for me. Yeah, but you have to download it to the console. If it works, it doesn't play off the disc, it downloads the game. Why not the MCC? I explained it once, but I'll explain it again. Halo 2 Anniversary, even when playing like in classic graphics and whatever, doesn't have the same capabilities as Halo 2 Classic for the LASO bounty I put out there. For those that don't remember, I'm putting $5 grand to the first person that can beat Halo 2 LASO Deathless with no Envy Skull, which has been done by 0 people in 18 years, so it's a pretty rough challenge. Halo 2 Anniversary is really hard to do it because the tick rate is higher, so the enemies shoot faster, so you die faster. Halo 2, the tick rate is lower, the enemies shoot slower, so you have a better chance. And Halo 2 Classic also has a glitch called ghosting, where you can clip out of bounds on a couple of places and make levels easier, so it just gives you a better chance. So Halo 2 Classic is going to be the way. No Halo 2 on backwards compatible games for Xbox One or Series X. How about I just look it up myself? This will be so much easier than relying on a ton of different information coming from chat. Hey all, just got my Xbox Series X, which is my first Xbox since original. One selling point of the Xbox Series X is that I can play my original Xbox game discs in it. However, when I insert my original Halo or Halo 2 game discs in the Series X, I get an error saying, sorry, this game isn't playable here, with an error code, then the code. Website about compatibility that the error links to is kind of confusing. I thought most of the Xbox games were compatible and figured for sure that Halo would be. Is the original Halo and Halo 2 discs not compatible with Series X? Thanks for reading. Get Game Pass. Thanks, Shill. Game Pass does slap, though. It is not compatible. There are only 38 OG Xbox games that work with the backwards compatibility. And Halo 2 is not one of them. How old was that post? This was January 28th of last year. Halo 2 does not work, unfortunately. Okay, so we're just sticking with 360 then. It's really fine. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal. This is really nostalgic because I'm looking up right now on YouTube Halo 2 Skulls Guide. This is so cute. Because I actually have to manually find these fucking things now. I'm gonna watch an OG video from 13 years ago.
Hey everybody, this is Deadman47 and I'm going to show you a skull mock about Snipers tell you a bit about it.
Okay everyone, this is one of the most annoying skulls ever. You have to wait for about 5 minutes until Sergeant Johnson says, would it help if I said please, then get in the elevator, and then I just would do whatever, just put boxes in there. It was boring.
Okay, let me get to that point. It works on Xbox One though. I don't even know what I did with the Xbox One, man. That was such a useless console. I forgot where I put it. It's not worth it. I'm just gonna play it on the 360 and get a better controller tomorrow.
Pay attention, because I'm only going.
I'm just collecting skulls tonight
this
anyway.
Station will test your recharging energy shields. Your new armor shields are extremely resilient, very efficient. Much better than the Covenant tech we used for the Mark V. Bingo! As you can see, they recharge a lot
Thanks to resub
faster.
Kaido, and the Prime Hato, and the resub White Rice, David, Brada, Supernatural, and the
If your
Prime
shields
Psycho.
go down, find some cover, wait for the meter to read fully charged.
And the bits Forbes and a Bungie. Resub Moful.
You done with my boy here, Master Guns? I don't see any training wheels.
I think you forgot how rough this game is on Legendary. No, I recently did it. I can absolutely do it again. I'm gonna crank up my sensitivity though to maybe compensate. I think that was a good idea.
You're free to go, son. Just remember,
Oh my god, this is bad.
Don't worry, I'll hold his hand.
Okay, I desperately need a new controller. I'll make it work. I'll make it work.
Johnson, when you gonna tell me how you made it back home in one piece?
Sorry, Guns. It's classified.
My ass! Well, you can
There's a
forget
Prime
about
Raven.
those adjustments to your egg.
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him an invitation.
Yes, because he has nothing better to do but come to my house. The skull, anyway. And then you walk into the trolley. And when you go into
Let me double check. Skulls save, right? So when I pick up this skull, I'm going to have that skull on this console forever. Right? Okay. Just double checking.
To the trolley, go into the top left corner where next to the door where Sergeant Johnson is standing.
As you can see here in the video.
And then you gotta wait somewhere. And
Yeah.
then you wait. And then you wait. You know why you might as well get some chips like in the midst of doing this.
I'm going to do the Halo LASO bounty on Classic because it's much better. It's much more doable thanks to ghosting and the tick rate.
Go up to the window, and when you get close to it, as soon as you see it, click X. You'll grab it, no name will flash because it's unnamed.
Alright, here's the next skull. Cairo Station, Thunderstorm.
Okay.
Earth.
My quick gamer reflexes are going to come in hot here. The skull's up there on a box and I have to get it through this.
When I shipped out for basic, the orbital
Thanks,
defense
Reset
grid
Tech.
was all theory and politics. Now look,
Skulls will leave once you exit.
Cairo is just one of
Well then how...
100 geosynchronous
Back in the day, how did people put on skulls for LASO runs? Surely they must save because I wouldn't have just got the skulls start to finish every... Where's the skull?
Coordinated fire from the Athens.
It was supposed to be right there.
Nothing's getting past this battle cluster. in
What?
One piece.
Thanks, Risabetko.
Ships have been arriving all morning. Nobody's saying.
I am on Legendary.
much. Something big's about to happen.
What? Why did that happen? Oh, you have to wait 5 minutes? Oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't know you actually had to do that. I thought he was just saying that as an exaggeration. Son of a bitch! Okay.
Well, I guess it
Hey,
was
run it
all
back, first
obsolete
reset.
Anyway, your new suit's a Mark 6. Just came up from Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades. Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top light. Good. Now look at the bottom light. All right. Look at the top light again. That's it. Now the bottom one. Okay. Tracking looks sketchy. I'm going to run you through the full diagnostic. The diagnostic software sets your
don't
targeting
do this to
system
me.
be normal. Go
I'm
ahead
already
and look at
embarrassed
each of the
enough,
4
man.
lights, Chief. You want me to leave it like that or make it inverted? I'll leave your targeting set to normal. If you change your mind, you can switch the setting anytime. Stand by. I'm going to offline the inhibitors.
There's a
Move
resub
around a
startled
little,
fish.
get a feel for it. When you're ready, come meet me by the zapper. Hey, take it easy. Pay attention, because I'm only going over this once. This station will test your recharging energy shields. Your new armor shields are extremely resilient, very efficient. Bingo! As you
Was it
can
always
see,
left
they
trigger to throw
recharge a lot
grenades?
faster.
Fuck, I actually didn't remember that
If your
setup.
shields go down, find some cover, wait for the meter to read fully charged.
That, or he can hide behind me.
What's right bumper?
You done with my boy here, Master Guns? I don't see any training wheels.
His armor's working fine, Johnson, so shut your chilly
Right
hole.
bumper is reload or swap grenades? No, reload's X.
Free
BXR.
to go, son. Just remember.
That's what it
take
used to be.
things
Melee,
slow.
reload,
Don't worry, I'll hold his hand.
and then shoot. So R1 is, or RB, right bumper is to change. Okay.
Come on, Chief. They're ready for us on the bridge.
Look at those advanced physics for 2004.
Get on the lift, Chief. We're gonna be late.
Can confirm you have to recollect the skulls every time. When the console loses power, it drops the skulls from your game. Okay, well, we got 5 minutes here. Why don't I just look it up myself? How the fuck is Jervalin doing classic runs then? There's no way he's prepping the skulls each and every time. Let's see. Emulator save? Maybe, but I find that hard to believe.
Waiting, Chief.
Can't do this on the MCC because the original Halo 2 Classic has a lower tick rate, which means the enemies don't shoot as fast. Because in Halo Anniversary, the tick rate got upped, which means the enemies dump mag instantly killing you, so it makes it significantly harder. Some say impossible on Gravemind in particular. And Halo 2 Classic also has ghosting, which is an extremely invaluable glitch to help things speed along. That's why. Skulls must be collected on Legendary with a few exceptions. In Halo 2, you cannot select skulls from the menu. Instead, you must recollect skulls every time you turn on your console. The skull's effects will persist until you turn off the console. An efficient way of collecting skulls for LASO attempts is to make a new profile for each skull with a saved checkpoint near the skull's location. Okay, then that's what we'll do, goddammit. We're gonna rough it just like our forefathers did. Holy shit, that's archaic. And ask your parents' permission to use the computer in the dial-up. Mom better not flush that toilet or you're going offline. Jesus. Thanks to resub Albo and Kronkin. You have to run the game up to 14 times. And you know what? Maybe I'll just never turn off the console. That actually might just be the optimal strategy. I'll make a profile save at each and every skull, but I'll still never turn off the 360.
Get your shiny green posterior on this elevator.
Red Ring of Death? That won't happen. Not on that bad boy. There's a brand spanking new 360 fresh off the used game lot. She's ready for action. She can handle it. Thanks, resub Top Hat. Red rings don't happen on the model you have if it's the touch buttons. Fuck yeah, it is the touch buttons. If you wrap the 360 in towels, it supercharges it to run faster. I remember that shit. Christ. He said it? Oh, I wasn't listening.
So, Johnson, when you gonna tell me how you made it back home in one piece?
Sorry, Guns. It's classified.
My ass! Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2 skull.
Alright, let's go. I'm going to be heartbroken if I miss this skull somehow. If I miss this, I'm going to be so mad. I will be actually furious. I will be so upset. Oh, also, do I need to make a profile here? How do I make a profile for this one? I don't think that'll work. Because I don't think this counts as a checkpoint, does it? There's resub cheesecake and the bits rotten. And the resub draining. We don't need a profile here? Why? Does this skull not count? What skull is this?
When I shipped out for basic, the orbital defense grid was all theory and politics. Now look,
We start a new game every time? I'd really rather not. I see the skull.
that Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant capital ship.
Gotcha.
Coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta. Nothing's getting past this battle.
First try, baby. Love to see that.
Ships have been arriving all morning.
This skull is, that's just wrong. Okay, so the only one I can't get is Envy. So just keep that in mind, because then that persists forever, so I just can't get Envy.
This one's really annoying at the fight until you come up the place where the dude that helped you in the armory dies. And right here is where I fell off the trolley thing.
Okay, so we're a little ways away from that one.
There wouldn't be any cameras. And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief. Give them hope. So smile, would you? Well, we still got something to smile about.
Thought we crashed and no. So how do I make the profile saves? So when I get to the next one, do I do save and quit and then create a new profile? And that'll save it there?
Quite a crowd. If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. Are you sure?
Okay. Is this practice for the sake of practice since you're not getting envy? No, this is a real thing. Since it's Halo 2 Classic, I have to manually collect the skulls. So I'm gonna have to beat the game normally on Legendary once, getting all the skulls.
Gentlemen, we're lucky to have you
And
back.
then I can do it.
Go ahead, Cortana.
Another whisper, sir, near Io. We have probes en route.
I apologize, but we're going to have to make this quick.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Thanks, resub Eric's.
Sergeant
and
Major,
Potato.
the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion.
No,
For
I
a
never did
soldier
that,
of
Atlanta.
the United Earth Space Corps.
There can be no greater heresy. Let him be an example for all who would break our covenant.
How long does it take to finish on Legendary? Well, it's extremely fucking hard. Halo 2 Legendary is actually brutal. So, when I replayed this a couple years ago, or like a year and a half ago or whatever, it took me like 10
Commander
hours.
Miranda Keys, your father's actions
Maybe a
were
little
in
less.
keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best.
Slip space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Thanks, the resub
15
Mikayu.
Covenant capital ships holding position just outside
Envy
the
is
kill
in
zone.
mission 8. Okay, so we got a ways.
Negative, Admiral. Form a defensive perimeter around the cluster. Commander, get to your ship. Link up with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
You have the Mac gun, Cortana. As soon as they come in range, open up.
Gladly.
Something's not right. The fleet that
Let's see if I can
destroyed
actually
50
just
times
eyeball
size.
this ghosting technique.
Additional contacts. Boarding craft and lots of them.
They're going to try to take our Mac guns offline. Give their capital ships a straight shot at Earth. Master Chief, defend this
Oh, actually, I
station.
don't think I can because I need to get the next skull, which
Right
I
this
think
way.
if I ghost, I go right by. I'm still gonna try it just to see if I can get it off instinct.
Alert. Orders inbound.
Okay. Let's see if I get it. Oh boy, this is already a rough start.
All hands, report.
Hold on, let me see how many times I'm supposed to do that.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Okay, here we go. Exit Prime, Pokey Harry, and Tier 1 J-Dog, and the Resub Tester, and Ghost Blast.
Open weapons locker.
Exit Bits, Old Beardo. Hey, congratulations. No, I don't have any advice, but good luck. Okay, this seems easy. Oh, shit. God damn it. Oh, I actually almost had that. You see how I clipped into the wall there? That's ghosting. Okay. I just needed a little bit more and I would have had it. Exit Bits Ollie. And the Resub Hypno. Got it. Oh. Okay, didn't go far enough. Hey, we're learning, baby.
Alert. Orders inbound.
Never thought I'd see one of those.
Come on. There it is. Okay, I didn't go far enough. Hey, we're fucking learning, baby. That's all it is.
Alert. Orders inbound.
Oh, I just remembered. I'm supposed to go over here, not there. That's why I'm having such a hard time.
All hands, report to battle station.
Come on. Damn it.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Yeah, okay. This is. I'm choking. There we go. Okay. Not enough displacement.
Seal pressure doors.
Come on. Do it for my city. Show me how much you love the city of Tampa. Huh? How about a little something for Tampa, huh? That might do it. Nope.
Open weapons lockers.
That's the one. Nope. Thanks for some classic and Zocano. That's the one. Nope. Come on. There's got to be a number of times I'm supposed to do this. It can't just... Oh, that's actually gonna... Nope. Thought that was gonna be it. Okay, hold on. Let me double check this.
Good first try, though. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'm checking
I'm
Jervalin's
pretty
run
sure.
here.
I'll just make a little slight deviation and pick those up.
Okay, I see what went wrong. I'm supposed to jump afterwards. I was doing it right initially. I'm just supposed to jump afterwards. Almost. Come on. Jesus Christ. I'm having a hard time just going straight back and forth on controller. If this was keyboard and mouse, this would be so easy. Have you heard people saying your challenge reward isn't high enough? Yeah, and that hurt my feelings. 5 grand is a lot. Most of my money goes into Moist Esports right now, so 5 grand I thought was a lot, but yeah, I mean, I guess I'll raise it at some point. But I thought more people would be motivated just by the sake of history as well. I just thought it'd be fun. But yeah, people were kind of mad that 5 grand was low. So I checked all the other Halo bounties, and most of them aren't even 20 bucks. But I guess this one being this hard, I suppose it makes sense. Why can't I get through this now? Oh, there we go. Nope. God damn it! I jumped too late. Oh. Alright, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. I really thought this was going to be easy. Timing on that's kind of tough. Got it. What?
All hands, report to
How?
alert.
How did I not get that? What? What happened? That was perfect. That was just the way Bungie intended. How did that not work? I don't know how I didn't make it.
All hands, report to battle station.
Oh boy. Thanks for the gift sub the gift sub dog and the prime demon. Now I'm gonna get fucking stuck here again.
I repeat, this is not a drill.
God damn it.
Seal pressure doors.
There we go. Let's fucking go. First try. And I'm right in the area where I need to be for the skull. You love to see that. I'm nasty. So that skips so much right there, which is why it's crucial for this lasso run. Alright, where's the skull?
It's like 20 times.
Yeah, he tried it, so you'll see a quick jolt in the video, and that's me getting rid of his mistakes 500 times.
Oh, far be it from me to be pretentious here, but the word is cut, not a jolt. Simple editing terminology.
And you should see a skull with Sergeant Johnson's cigar right there.
Let's go, okay.
And there's Thunderstorm.
Easy. What? Well, this is not how it looked in the 13-year-old video.
Pick up the skull.
So it is.
But it worked.
But anyway, that's me.
Times.
Yeah, he tried it, so you'll see a quick jolt in the video, and that's me getting rid of his mistakes 500 times. But
Did
anyway,
did it not load? Is that what just happened here?
And then you knock over this random trash can that's over here, and you should see a skull with Sergeant Johnson's cigar right there, as you can see.
Wrong room? Is it? How many rooms do you go to like this? I feel like this is the only one. There are 2 rooms? So am I in the first or second room right now? I'm in the first. Okay, then it's gotta be the second one. Here I come. This is the room I got stuck in on the anniversary collection for LASO. This is gonna be even worse now, because now I'm using a controller. Though I guess it's not gonna be worse than anniversary LASO. My Marines are really fucking them up right now. Wait, what? I'm getting carried so hard. Alright. Let's go, big guy. Who is that? That's the real Master Chief.
Master Chief.
Alright. I am attempting LASO again. That's why I'm doing this. The whole reason I'm doing this is that way I can do a classic LASO instead of anniversary LASO. Okay, nice.
Hey, check it out. The Malta's already driven off its borders.
Exhibits.
What is your status? Over.
McPoops.
I don't believe it! They're retreating! We won!
Also, the next strategy was using this to go through that door, but since I don't have the skulls yet, I couldn't actually move the box.
This is bad. Real bad.
I forgot that I was supposed to be looking out there for all the action. Whoa! Holy shit! Oh, what the fuck? There's an ambush.
Brace for impact.
I wish I could look right. Ooh, this fucking thumbstick won't let me. Oh, I stuck a grunt. What a waste. Gotcha. Whoa, God. Jesus. Using the radar and my gamer senses stick. Nope. I'm gonna go for a BXR. Okay, wait. I had to reload. I wasn't looking at my ammo. Okay.
Alert.
Still nailed it.
Hostiles have reached support Mac Bay.
Deadly accuracy. Yeah! Oh, that was sad. Yeah. Well, that was pathetic. Hmm. Unlucky. Forgot that I can actually use this combo now since it's not LASO. Halo 2 had the best Marine voice acting. I agree. Halo 2 actually had just the best everything. Thanks, resub Paradis. Whoa! Whoa! Am I still streaming? What just happened? Oh god. That was weird. Both my monitors just went wild there. I didn't kill him. Unlucky. Oh, Jesus. Clutch. Thanks to resub Misido and Specialist. Oh! Risky. Paid off. Oh, don't do it. Unlucky? Oh god. Oh god, why? How is there so many? God, this is so much easier than LASO, though. It feels like I'm playing a different game. Son of a bitch. Has anyone done a Halo 3 LASO? No deaths? Yeah, Halo 3 is easy. Halo 3 I actually think is the easiest legendary to complete. Bar none. Well, that wasn't a good idea. Thanks, resub Ghoul. Wow, I have to do the whole room over again. That's tough.
Glad you're here, sir.
Oh, I thought his shield was off. I thought Halo 4 was easiest. Nope. Halo 3 is easier. Oh, no, 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 God. Come on. Okay. There's so many. How is there still more? How? What the fuck? Well. This isn't LASO, this is just legendary. I got too impatient. Why? Why is there so fucking many? I just need to get the skull. Holy shit. Who's giving me a death count? Oh, you won't need to do that. That'll be my last death. Where's your sub CMG? Oh, what a piece of shit. Man, those grenades were great. Okay, never mind. They didn't hit any of them. Really thought it did. I'm really trying to lure the sword guy over, thank God. I'm in a real pickle. Thanks, resub Z-Rain. Did you see they changed Roger's name to yours in Weed Shop 3? Nah, I don't believe you, you're memeing. That would be fucking crazy, though. Holy shit. Oh my god, that almost insta-killed me. Don't do it. Don't. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got too impatient. This is so sad! I just need the skull! Oh my god, I forgot. Can't BXR with a full or an empty clip. Yikes. Same strat, different result. It's called progress. Why did that grunt just eat that?
Here you are.
What? How is there more? Okay, I'm playing it nice and slow. By that I mean I'm coming in hot. Okay. Unlucky, but it happens. It won't happen again, though. I'll tell you that much. Okay, they really pushed up pretty hard. Wow. Okay.
This is the place to be, Chief.
Let's just reset this right away, honestly. That's probably just honest. A mental reset is the best. These are the bits poops. Wow, I am really getting melted. Actually gives sub booed. I think a lot of this boils down to not being able to look right, if I'm being honest. Exit Prime Zim and the resub NK. I'm not one for excuses, but with a controller that can't look right very well, I can't help but think that it has something to do with this. Damn, that's sad. Oh, he actually finished that. Okay, pretty clean. Okay, let's go. What? What? What do you mean? Oh god. Got one. Huge. Two. Let's go. I need another for the noob combo, as they used to call it. Come on. Should have really brought a grunt over. Suppressing fire? Actually, I wonder, would that be a good play right now? Oh, my guy's going in. Huge, just keep him off. What are you doing? Who's left? Clutch. Was that not the last one? That was so risky. Huge.
Uh-oh. Hey, they're leaving the
Holy shit. Jesus Christ. First try. Here's a tier 1 Gert in the resub Leo and Roston.
Cortana, assessment.
That explosion came from inside the Athens, same as the Malta. The Covenant must have brought something with them. A bomb.
And they sure as hell brought one here. Chief, find it.
Okay, so this should be where the skull is then, right? This next room. What am I doing? The next room. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Okay, scary. Oh my god, another grunt. That's alright, I got a checkpoint, so I'm fine. I can't be upset about that. Really thought I could get that rush down, though.
All non-combat personnel to prison zone.
Oh, I'm dead. Whoa, what? I absolutely swung first. What a bunch of baloney. Stop, I'm not trying to shoot you. I'm trying to shoot the grunt. Okay. Gotcha. Don't you dare. Huge play from me right there to dodge that grenade. Alright, alright. Is this the right room for the... Oh god. Is this the right room for the skull?
Come on now! Is that a weapon or a flex? Oh!
Popping off. This is not the right room for the skull. Oh, it is actually. It is. This is the room where you can butterfly to that guy. How does it work again? I think it goes like... Okay. Pretty much just like that. Let's try it again. So I think it's... Oh, just click. Man, can you fucking stop? I'm trying to do something. It's a classic cool glitch. Stop being such an asshole! I'm just gonna try it close range. Well, actually, I'm gonna kill this guy first. Stop! Jesus! And then it's swap. Stay still, then it's swap. How does it work? How do you do the sword fly? Because it's not butterfly, you're right. Butterfly is when you use like the pistol underneath and cancel. How do you do it? I don't remember. Is it YXR? That's what I just tried, but it didn't work. Then again, the circumstances weren't ideal. My god, please. Oh, it's BXY. Oh. Let's try BXY. That didn't work. YXR, you just need to do it really quick. Okay, maybe I was slow. Stop! I thought that one would have been right. And I just ended up shooting. How do I avoid shooting? You don't zoom in and spam it. No, you're supposed to zoom in. If you're shooting, you're pressing R2 quick. Stop.
Hostiles have taken security station 1.
Just need someone that'll stand still, like the guy in the turret. Okay. If I don't zoom into that guy across the way, then I don't get a red reticle. You need a red reticle. That's the strategy for this room for the speed run. So then you do that. I finally got it. You do that across to that guy. Though I think maybe you're supposed to use a rocket. I think the rocket stays red longer. Maybe that's what it is. Thanks to resub Boldinko. Yeah, I can hit it like every time when I don't zoom in, so that must be it. Okay, now let's do the room and grab the skull. I had a grenade. I'm going for it. He's a resub. AW, Ultra, and Russell. And the resub booed. Or the gift sub booed. Is that everyone? Not everyone? Nice. I think so. Alright. Let's grab the skull. So I do a I'm supposed to do a profile save here, aren't I? Thanks to Resub Bodacious and TJ. Well, actually, yeah, I'll just do it. Let's just be safe. Thanks, Resub Scott. So now, how do I make a new profile? Is it through settings? Player profile. Create new. Okay. Nice. What? So that doesn't work. No, it just saved on the other profile. So it looks like every time... I'm going to need to beat the game 13 times. Because it saves on this. I already know that. Once I actually switch. Okay, how do I actually switch the profiles? There. So it saves there. You can save and quit before the skull and load checkpoint on legendary. Well, that's the idea, because the skulls disappear when you turn off the console. MCC doesn't work for the classic glitches. The tick rate is too high in the MCC, and ghosting doesn't exist in the MCC, which are going to be absolutely vital to completing the bounty. So let me look it up. Let me see how to fix this. All these articles are too new. I don't get it. I don't see anywhere where it's like saving the skulls. There's resub Corfu. make checkpoints before you pick skulls up. Yeah, that's what I was trying. But when I make that new profile for that checkpoint, it doesn't save where I am. It makes me restart the campaign on that new profile. It doesn't hold that spot. You get sub-booed. So you have to do it 13 times. I don't know if I can do that. That's such a huge ask. Is it Prime Cappy? There's gotta be a way. At this point, it's just easier to leave the Xbox on constantly without turning it off. Pretty much. There's a Prime Cherry Cola. So how does Jervalin do it? Is it really just having... He actually did this 13 times to have a profile at each skull, so when he wants to do lasso runs, he can just quickly get them? Because even still, that'd take like 30-40 minutes worth of prep. Oh hey Kronos, that is actually the only way? Is there sub wicked and they give sub booed? Or just don't turn off the console. Yeah. Man, I do not want to beat it 13 times. Holy fuck. Very few runners run classic, so it's rough. There's gotta be a way. You used to be able to download profiles onto your Xbox. When I modded my Xbox, I remember doing that, but I don't remember how. Man, if only ghosting existed in Halo Anniversary or the tick rate wasn't 60. Fuck! There's a program to save Xbox files back in the day with a USB. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Use an emulator. Is there an original Xbox emulator that works well? Because you could just do 13 save states. Or run an emulator forever. Xemu? I don't know that one. I remember Xenia, but that's for the 360. That's sweet. Well, thanks, H3 Booter. Yeah, Jervalin's nuts. No, I don't think anyone's gonna actually be able to do it on the PC version. The 60 tick rate is the big thing. Having experienced it myself firsthand, I actually don't know how you'd beat Gravemind on Halo 2 Anniversary, Deathless, LASO. They just shoot too fast. I really think the only way it's going to be done is on Classic. Does the Vista port use a 60 tick rate? I have no idea. It doesn't work as well. It's the MCC physics and no files. Fuck, I'm just trying to think. There's gotta be a way to not beat this 13 times for profiles at each skull. Though I guess if that is the only way, then I'll just learn how to speedrun Halo 2 on Legendary and just do 13 runs. No sword flies. Oh, you can't sword fly on Vista? Rough. Realistically, how long would it take to get all the skulls? So when I replayed Halo 2 Legendary like a year and a half ago, it took me 10 hours. But if I'm gonna do the speedrun route, realistically maybe like 6 per run. You would technically only have to do it on easy because you can go back on Legendary. What do you mean? No, the skulls only show up on Legendary. Right? I'm pretty sure in Halo 2 the skulls only exist on Legendary. Let me double check. It doesn't say anything about Legendary. Maybe I misremembered. You can unlock the skulls by beating Uprising on easy for every profile and High Charity on the last one. And that unlocks all the skulls? Or are you saying to like prep the 13 profiles? I think you said Mihar. It's to prep the profiles. Okay. I'm gonna need to look into this a little more later. For now, let me just grab this next skull and just finish Cairo. They autosave once you find them. I don't know where the 13 playthroughs are coming from. No, that's actually wrong. I looked it up. When you turn off the console, the skulls go with it. Jesus Christ. He's a tier 1 gamer guy.
All hands, brace for impact.
Beautiful. Nice and clean. And then skulls up here.
Fire teams to Habitat Delta.
This one's Thunderstorm. Oh my god, another asshole. Oh, yeah, he's not gonna hurt me. Yeah, Halo 2 Classic. I'm playing on the 360.
Hostiles have taken security station 1.
Please move. There we go. Another one down, baby. Thanks, Resub Rogue.
I
I need a squad at Habitat Delta.
The Skull's Thunderstorm, yes sir. Now I can just complete Cairo. Here, while we're here, I might as well learn the speed run a little bit. Thanks to resub Icy and Fox. I did find all skulls by myself. Oh, we have a guy who likes to tell lies, huh? Okay, that seems easy enough. Hit! Woo!
Come on, Chief, this way.
I was almost on board when they showed up.
Don't worry, man. We're on it.
Oh god, white.
I owe you.
Okay, didn't expect that, I'm not gonna lie. There's a resub Fates.
Come on, Chief, this way.
Once I get a controller that actually fucking works, it's over.
Don't worry, man. We're on it.
These guys are all fucked then. Wow, good work, Marines. Holy shit, hoorah.
Thanks, Chief. I owe you.
Don't do it, don't.
Shoot him again.
Okay, pretty clean. Alright, where to next? You gonna hate Halo 2 after this is all over? Nah, it's still always gonna be top 5 favorite game for me. And this is just a new way of experiencing it. I've always loved the Halo speedruns, but they always seem too hard for me. So I might as well do the hardest challenge in all of gaming that 0 people have completed. Exit bitch booed. Okay, seems pretty easy. Top 5 games? Psychonauts, Halo 2, RuneScape, City of Heroes, and then Final Fantasy 7 through 10. All of them tie. Exit Prime Infliction. Is Bloodborne top 10? Yep. Comfortably.
First echelon, you're with me. Blanket those cruisers. Take them out one by one. Second echelon.
Okay, what's next in the speedrun? Halo completionist, he's streaming and said you either have to leave your Xbox on or different saves. Yeah. It's looking like it's gonna have to be different saves, man. Unlucky. Or an emulator and save state it. Though I don't know if an emulator would actually even work for the glitches. We got Project Cartographer mod for PC. It allows you to play Halo 2 on PC with no emulation needed. I'll have to look at that. You actually playing on hardware? You make me sound like such a fucking dinosaur. Yeah, I'm playing on the 360. Ooh, there's a super jump coming up. Excuse me, a super bounce coming up. That used to be my favorite glitch. I used to do super bounces for hours when I was a kid. You read any of the Halo books? No, I'm not a nerd. I don't read. Okay, I think this is where we do the super bounce after the lift. Thanks, resub jelly. God, I love that glitch still. It's still so nostalgic. Alright. Now we do the lift and the super bounce.
I'm going loud.
Okay, I'll be honest, I totally forgot that part was going to happen. And I just watched it too. That's unlucky. But we adapt and we overcome. What does the rock say? We devour. Oh my god, this was a stupid idea. Alright, we're gonna have to play that slow. Big stick inbound. Imagine, big stick. I actually stuck one. That's a highlight reel moment.
I'm going loud.
Jesus Christ. Thanks for resub. Sklunts.
Alert. Border.
What are these called again? I don't remember the name of the bugs. I used to always hate these though. These are always such a bitch. What shittos? Drone? Oh, they're definitely drones, yeah. Should have grabbed the plasma. It's not too late. There we go. That was pretty clean. Thanks for resub zaps. You can BXR in this too. Yep, BXR, BYB. The whole kit and caboodle, baby.
Cortana, concentrate your fire on the first carrier. Admiral, do what you can against the second.
Let's see if I actually hit this super bounce first try without ever having done this before. So I need to land like right there on that, if I watch that correctly. Man, imagine though. I don't remember. On a super bounce, do you have to hold forward or do you hold nothing? It's been so many years. No, you don't hold crouch. Fuck, I don't remember. I think it's hold nothing. Oh, let me check the angle. Maybe I'm not jumping at the right one. Thanks, Resub Wallen. On this super bounce, he doesn't crouch on anything. And it looks like he's holding forward. So I need to land like right here. Too far. Leave me alone, what the fuck? That's hard. I got a little baby bounce there. Tells me I'm doing it right. Thanks a good sub crack. I really want to hit this. Let me check the angle again. Not far enough. It's a little bit further. What makes you think you don't have to crouch? He doesn't in the speedrun I'm watching. There's nowhere he crouches. He hits his head on the ceiling of that room like I was doing, then comes over here and does this straight up. You have to set it up first? What did I do wrong then? I was watching him do it and he just hit his head on the ceiling like I did. Do I only get one try at it? In here?
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
He was doing this. Thanks, resub Luca.
Debris field and headed straight for Earth.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
Was that right? Why? Yeah, that was me doing crouch jumps here. There's a prime chill. Let's try it. This one seems kind of tricky. Okay, that wasn't even close.
Everyone,
You only need to set up once. Well, am I setting it up correctly?
The first carrier completely ignored us, sir. Blew through the Malta's debris field and headed straight for Earth.
I know how super bounces normally work, but I'm watching the speedrun. He doesn't do any crouching anywhere. He just jumps into that ceiling like I was doing. And I was doing crouch jumps as well. I don't know if I was supposed to, but I was doing them anyway. It says it up at 12:42. That's what I just did, though. So how do I do it then? Oh, that little bit? Oh. Okay. I didn't even realize that was... okay. Well, I won't be able to do it then because this is locked out. Damn. Fuck. Unlucky.
The first carrier completely ignored us. Blew through the Malta's debris field and headed straight for Earth.
Oh, there's no way I can get around there.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
Oof, unlucky. Son of a bitch.
The carrier completely ignored us, sir. Blew through the Malta's debris field and headed straight for Earth.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
That was just dumb. I thought it was gonna keep going down. You die 5 times quickly, you can revert to before you... Oh, really? If you die 5 quick times, it'll give you another one. Further back.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
I don't remember that mechanic.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead. Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
It's to prevent soft locking checkpoints. Man, they were so far ahead of their time. Holy shit. Nice. Watch that stick. Watch that stick.
I'm going loud.
Alert. Border. Forced dry down.
Jesus Christ. Just die? Oh my god. That was a real trooper. Good for him. Fuck yeah, what a hero.
All non-combat personnel report to evacuation station.
Okay, so he sets it up on like that corner wall right before entering. And just super briefly as well. Hey, Tashi.
All hands.
Where can I find the Gamer Rage podcast you were on? I posted that on my channel. I call it Gamer Rage is amazing.
The carriers are breaking through, sir. They're heading straight for the Cairo. Cortana, concentrate your fire on the first carrier. Admiral, do what you can against the second. Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
Let's see if I hit it. Fingers crossed. This could be a big moment for gamers everywhere. Wow, I got a checkpoint down here. That's actually a disaster. Alright, fuck yeah. I only get one try at it, right? Damn. Not if you keep moving. Well, I'm not even getting baby bounces right now. You can try as long as you want, as long as you don't crouch. Okay. Okay. Hey, thanks for the raid, ProZD. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm not getting anywhere right now. I feel like I can't do this as many times as I want. Well, fuck. I really wanted to hit this. But I'm pretty sure I can't do it right now because the crouch is gone. It was when you stopped and waited for the door to open, you lost crouch. Really? So that's why he keeps jumping? Because I was jumping too, I just waited a split second because the door wasn't fully open. He's a bit sleepy. Thanks. Oh, god damn it. Which series do you like more, Halo or COD? Bro, I only like 2 Call of Duty games. Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2. So, Halo. Halo I at least like 3. I don't know what I was thinking, honestly. I just turned my brain off. Halo, I like 1, 2, and 3. And I like ODST and Reach. So 5. World of War, though? Well, World of War is fine. It's not as good as 4 or Modern Warfare 2, but yeah, it's fine. I couldn't tell if that actually hit or just hit the thing. Uh-oh. Oh. 343 needs to give Halo to someone else. Yeah, there is just so much mismanagement there, man. It's such a shame. Very few projects go through like 20 different creative directors. Why are you speed melt me like that. Regain a crouch. There's lots of spots to do it here. Is there? I didn't see anything. Except being crushed by that, I guess. Okay, I'll try it. I don't think that worked. I mean, we'll try. I think the crouches have to be in specific spots though, man. I don't think you can just do it anywhere. Or maybe you can, I don't really know. Oh sweet, thank you, Sleepy. I wish there was a crouch spot though. I'd like to try that theory. It doesn't look like there's any. Thanks the resub, Froggy. Moving looked like it had a spot. Did it on the ramp? Or maybe I cleared them in check. Okay. That was so fucking sad. Okay. Thanks, resub DJ. Wow, wow, wow. Did I hit that one? I don't know. Okay. Any crouching spots? Don't do me like this. Oh god. Don't. Holy shit. I'm just looking for a spot to crouch, please. Don't be so mean. It really doesn't seem like it. Please resub Court Cobain. This strat would not work on LASO. Goddamn right it wouldn't. This isn't a strat, this is just me trying to find a crouch spot so I can try and do the super bounce. I still have to collect all the fucking skulls since I'm on Halo 2 Classic, so I have to do it manually.
Just so you know, there are quite a few elites guarding the bomb. You may need to get creative.
Oh, this next part is just killing the elites at the end. I remember this. Okay, I didn't remember it being backwards. The Project Cartographer mod has all skulls unlocked upon further investigation and allows for saved game uploads With all the missions unlocked, just look up on Google. Will it work though? Like, will I be able to do the what's it called? Ghosting and shit like that? Will all the original glitches work? Oh god, oh fuck.
All personnel, prepare to abandon the station.
You saw him. It's so sad. Need a plasma pistol, ideally. Or maybe I don't be a bitch. Oh my god, I accidentally switched weapons. I'm such a bitch. Oh, they're ready. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm gonna go for it. That was so dumb. I knew it wasn't gonna work, but I still tried anyway. I didn't have too many options. I remember this room being fucking brutal first time I did it on the replay. Once you're at a plasma pistol, it's just kind of tough for all these, like, 12-star elites. Oh! What? Wait, what? 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 What killed me? What happened? Dust flying to the mask or something? How, what? What a bunch of baloney! Okay, last one. Don't do it. Gotcha. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh my god, just leave me alone. Holy shit, I'm panicking. I'm trying to prevent his shield from recharging. I saw a shield pop. Oh god, there we go. Clean. And time. How's that speed run? Only hour 30 to complete Cairo. Yes, sir.
You don't want to know. Cairo, this is an Ember class. The carrier shield is down. I'm in position and ready for immediate assault.
Negative, Commander. Not against a ship
That room is a bitch on LASO. I know.
Permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Permission.
The only one I've seen beat that room is Jervalin. LASO, no envy. Thanks for Prime, Jeff. This scene is still so cool.
I know what you're thinking, and it's crazy.
So, stay here.
Chronos said Project
both,
Cartographer is not worth because it has the
crazy.
same issues as Halo 2 Vista and Master Chief Collection. Fantastic, I'll go fuck myself. I think there's gonna be no getting around just making 13 goddamn saves for the skulls, which hurts my feelings.
Just one question. What if you miss?
Or making it work on an emulator. There's a tier 1. Mikey. The resub Cyboy. Let's go! God, it's still so good.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
Chief, get inside. Gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface.
I remember this upcoming scene from the promotional material for Halo 2.
Regret.
Catchy.
Any idea what it means?
Dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth. And we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Hoorah!
Regret is a name, Sergeant. The name of one of the Covenant's religious leaders, a prophet. He's on that carrier, and he's calling for help.
The Jackal mission? Yep.
Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission
Yep.
abort.
Roger, Recon. It's your call, Sarge.
We're going in. Get
Yeah.
tactical, Marines!
Master Chief, get aboard that carrier.
Thanks,
Secure
Resub
the
Snake.
Prophet of Regret. This is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That prophet is going to tell us why.
30 seconds out.
Stand by to...
Whoa.
Oh god! Reason 5, get sub Scar.
Blink if you can hear me, Chief.
Shake it off, Marines! Clear the crash site. Go, go, go!
You can skip pretty much this whole mission. I know that. Alright. But we'll save that for another day. I'm getting tired. Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. This sub means a lot. So thank you for subbing. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. I will see you all tomorrow. Let me see if anyone's doing any LASO attempts of their own right now. Maybe they'll do better than I did. Here, this one's from Large Thinks. I'll toss you over there. Alright, thanks again everyone. See you tomorrow.